Please go to your seats. We will start in 1 minute. Let us all rise for the opening prayer. Our opening prayer will be led by NAMFREL National Council member and also the Secretary General of the Asian Network for Free Elections, Ms. Corazon Ignacio.
Good morning, everyone. Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord and dear Almighty Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. This morning, 100 Filipinos from various organizations are coming together to participate in this very important gathering, the Stakeholders Forum on Alternative Automated Election System. 100 minds, 100 wills, 100 competencies, 100 convictions are putting their minds together to discuss and complete the mission we hope to attain today. Dear God, please guide us. Please inspire us. Please teach us the way to move forward. Please teach us how to connect the dots, and most importantly, to reach out to the Filipino voters so that the automated election system will be useful and acceptable to everyone. Please renew our commitment to free, fair, transparent, honest, and orderly elections. To this end, we recite a very important lines in Luke. My soul proclaims the greatness of the Lord. My spirit rejoices in God forever. He has done great things for me. Holy is his name. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Good morning, everyone.
Let us remain standing for the national anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Our host for this forum is a member of the NAMFREL National Council. Please sit down. Please be seated. Our host for this forum is a member of the NAMFREL National Council. She is also currently the Programs Director of the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, or PCID. She has been designated as the Director for the Islamic Law Studies of the University of the Philippines Law Center, and previously served as the Programs Development Consultant of the UPLC Institute for the Administration of Justice. She currently lectures for the mandatory continuing legal education program of the UPLC and consulting work for the UNDP on PVE, Sharia law and peace building, and the UN Women on the WPS for Southeast Asia. She is a member of the Board of Trustees of the UP Women Lawyers Circle and serves as the Vice President for Legal Affairs of the ASEAN Society Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, our host for today, Attorney Salma Pierre Rasul.
Thank you, Paulo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wal barakatuhu. Greetings of peace. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. The Philippines is a democratic and republican state. Sovereignty resides in the people, and all government authority emanates from them. The human right to vote is embodied in our Constitution as well as in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Moreover, as Ms. Edna Ko will agree with me, the Sustainable Development Goal Target 16.7 aims to ensure responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. Effective participation in public affairs through elections may be the key in attaining this goal. The right to take part in governance and the conduct of public affairs, particularly the right to vote and to run for elective office, is at the core of democratic governments based on the will of the people. Genuine elections are, after all, an essential and indispensable component of a democratic environment that protects and promotes human rights. Perhaps let us recall what Chief Justice Jose Laurel has stated in one of the earlier cases that we students of law have to review. Justice Laurel says, as long as popular government is an end to be achieved and safeguarded, suffrage, whatever be the modality and form devised, must continue to be the means by which the great reservoir of power must be emptied into receptacular agencies wrought by people through their constitution in the interest of good government and the commonweal. Republicanism, insofar as it implies the adoption of a representative type of government, necessarily points to the enfranchised citizen as a particle of popular sovereignty and as the ultimate source of established authority. The National Citizens Movement for Free Elections, or NAMFREL, is the pioneer in election monitoring and seeks to protect the sanctity of the ballot and the integrity of the electoral process. We always try to comply with the motto, it is better to light a candle than curse in the darkness. To formally commence with the Forum on Alternatives to the AES, may I call on the chairman of the National Citizens Movement for Free Elections to formally open the forum, set the tone for the ensuing discussions, and thus light the candle so we may better understand the complexities of the automated election system. May I call on Chair Angel Lito Averia.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Salma. Okay. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Chairman George Erwin Garcia, Commissioner Nelson Celis, our panel of reactors, Attorney Amy Ferolino from the Office of the Comelec Commissioner Amy Ferolino, Mr. Carlos Manuel from the Philippine Computer Society, Mr. Vladimir Ketua of the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, Dr. Julio Tihanki of the Participate Coalition, fellow members of the Participate Coalition, political parties, members of the Diplomatic Corps, guests and participants, colleagues in NAMFREL, including chapter chairpersons, volunteers, and the secretariat team, our friends from media. Thank you very much for gracing the NAMFREL Stakeholders Forum on Alternative Automated Election System. As everyone knows, our national election cycle is a short period of 3 years. While we have not yet fully completed one cycle, our minds are already in the next. The automated election system has really speeded up the delivery of vote results. NAMFREL's experience in monitoring the elections has shown that in manual elections of the past, the final tally of election results at the national level had taken as long as 40 days. In fact, the longest on record is 42 days. In a focus group discussion, also organized by NAMFREL a few weeks back, a question was asked of the participants about the advantages of the automated election system. The top answers were speed, accuracy, and reliability. Asked about the concerns on the automated elections system, the responses were transparency, security, and high cost. So it's speed versus transparency. What should we prioritize? To NAMFREL and other election stakeholders, it is transparency of the vote count. Following each election, NAMFREL has called on the Commission on Elections for a transparent vote counting process. But election workers in particular, the electoral boards, do not want a return to the painstaking task of manual counting of the votes at the voting precinct following the close of polls, which, based on NAMFREL's records, could take anywhere between 5 hours to 12 hours. NAMFREL is the original proponent of the hybrid election system. In fact, bills have been filed in both houses of Congress calling for a hybrid election system. We have gone through 5 election cycles where the automated election system has been used. In the same period, the hybrid election system proposals have evolved. The first version involved the manual counting and recording of the votes at the precinct level, the Taras style of recording, and electronic transmission of the election returns, which implied that the manual election returns would have to be encoded into electronic form. The second version is the computer-assisted vote counting, where the votes are immediately encoded in a computer, displayed in an electronic equivalent of the tally board and tally sheet, displayed through the LCD. The third version uses the voter verifiable paper audit trail, or VVPAT, with QR codes, where the voter selection is encoded and reading of the ballots is with the use of a QR code reader, while the VVPAT is displayed via the LCD projector. The VVPAT, as proposed, shall be considered the voter-verified ballot and shall be the basis of the official count. And finally, the fourth version is the use of the ballot printing device through which voters will indicate their selections and the machine will produce the ballot with a QR code. Counting of votes will use a separate machine equipped with an LCD projector to display each ballot and the tally of votes in an electronic equivalent of the tally board. We are gathered here today to listen to COMELEC Chairman George Garcia on the lessons learned in the past national and local elections, where the automated election system was used, and the direction that the poll body is taking in its preparations for the 2025 national and local elections. I will talk about the automated election systems in the eyes of election stakeholders, of course, including the COMELEC. Following the chairman's and my talk, we will listen to comments from our panel of reactors. Afterwards, Attorney Emir Mendoza will brief us on the bills filed in Congress, and Mr. J.R. Contreras will talk about NAMFREL's proposed election standards, to be followed again by reactions from our panel of reactors. This afternoon, we shall be breaking into working groups to come up with recommendations for an alternative automated election system. After the workshops, we shall again gather in plenary for the reports of each work group. The output of the discussions will be distilled by NAMFREL into a position paper to be submitted to the Commission on Elections as well as Congress for consideration. We will be distributing copies of the position papers in the coming days and invite you and your respective organizations to support the position paper by signing on the same. I would like to take the opportunity to announce that NAMFREL is looking forward to its 40th year starting October 2023. NAMFREL has come a long way, being the first citizen-led national election monitoring organization in the world. The NAMFREL model has been adopted and replicated in more than 100 countries. In fact, our volunteers have been deployed to participate in the conduct of election observations and other election-related activities in other countries, with the most recent being in Cambodia and Thailand. With this, we launched today our logo for NAMFREL's 40th anniversary. Finally, allow me to welcome each and every one of you as we look forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Lito, for setting the tone for the discussions we expect this morning and this afternoon. We are lucky to have the primary election management body represented here in the forum. Let me just quote something that was stated by our Supreme Court, specifically Chief Justice Puno, in his concurring opinion in Roque versus COMELEC. He says, "We have been bedeviled in the past by elections that are not free, fair, and honest. These elections have made a mockery of our democracy, for they frustrated the sovereign right of the people to choose who ought to rule them. These elections have also resulted in instability of governments whose legitimacy has been placed in doubt. But all these elections were conducted manually. For the first time in this country, we shall be conducting the May 2010 elections through full automation. To be sure, full automation will not completely cleanse the dirt in our electoral system, but it is a big forward step which can lead us to the gateway of real democracy where the vote of the people is sacred and supreme." Now, to enlighten us on the electoral processes and procedures, that the Commission on Elections will be managing. I would like to call on our special guest for this morning. Our keynote speaker is the 23rd chairperson of the Commission on Elections. He served as Dean of the Pamantasan ng Luzon de Maynila's College of Law and Law Center, and has always been, except now he cannot accept, right? He has been a key MCLE lecturer and a resource person in election law. The chairman also rendered various pro bono services, TV, radio, and social media program hosting services for the past 10 years to promote social awareness and accessibility of laws by making it understandable and comprehensible to the layman, regardless of social class, right? In COMELEC, our guest speaker advocates transparency, inclusivity, and progression, informing his actions and decisions geared towards productive engagement with key stakeholders and progressive policy and reforms. It is my privilege to call on the Honorable George Erwin M. Garcia, our keynote speaker for this morning.
Gandang umaga po. Good morning to all. To NAMFREL National Council, good morning. Maraming salamat. To participate, and of course to Commissioner Nelson Celis and NAMFREL, good morning, and to all the participants, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to NAMFREL, our foremost partner in election management since 40 years ago. I was tasked to give you the experience of the Commission election in election management for 2022 and what the COMELEC is actually venturing for the 2025 election onwards. And I'm hoping that you will be able to keep an open mind on what this presentation is about to tell you so that you can help the Commission, at the same time we can help each other in order to ensure an honest, credible election, not only in the conduct of the barangay and SK election, but likewise, more importantly, the 2025 national and local election, and very importantly, the 2028 presidential and vice presidential national and local elections. What happened in 2022? Actually, many had been saying that it was the most successful election so far in the history of our country's election. Honestly, as a commissioner of the Commission election, I can honestly tell you that indeed such a statement may be true as of the 2022 elections. It was the election with the least violence so far in the history of our election. 23 election-related violence, as certified by the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. It was actually the fastest as far as the results of the election was concerned. Fastest that it was actually subject of question by certain sectors when, according to them, it used to be about several hours or minutes. It's now about 15 minutes. You have the results. You have the consolidation of all the results. And at the same time, you're able to transmit the results to the City and Municipal Board of Canvassers and such other entities that will have to receive the results. The 2022 election actually likewise resulted to a 83% voters turnout. Likewise, the highest in the history of our country's election. 39% voters turnout for overseas voting. Although although it may seem to be too small, but it actually was likewise the highest in the history of overseas voting in our country, 39%. 2022 election likewise was observed by more than 400 observers coming from the different foreign governments, embassies, and foreign organizations who observed the election, and they gave a report that indeed the election of 2022 was credible, peaceful, and honest, as far as these observers were concerned. Even NAMFREL, in its voluminous report, with several comments, likewise made the findings that indeed, perhaps, the election of 2022 was peaceful, honest, and credible, although with certain and several number of recommendations that the COMELEC will have to consider for purposes of conducting the election by 2025 onwards. So, what did we learn from the 2022 experience? We learned that the COMELEC must always be transparent. We learned that the COMELEC must always listen to the stakeholders, but more particularly the clientele, the voters. What was important in 2022 was that the COMELEC was able to explain what is happening to our people. In 2022, every and all aspects of the processes of the Commission, except of course what happened during the printing of the ballots, but that was a mistake perhaps. But during the last part of the election, we were able to explain to the people what was actually happening, and the people were able to comment, and the COMELEC was actually answering these comments and questions coming from our people. NAMFREL and such other bodies were always present in all the aspects and processes of the Commission. More particularly during the source code review, there were several issues raised. More particularly during even the conduct of the election per se, during even the post-election activities such as the random manual audit, NAMFREL was present in all of these activities. What I'm trying to point out and say is that based on this experience, the COMELEC must always include everybody in how it makes decision. Because without your commentaries, without your suggestions, our election management will be futile. Our election management will not be that successful. And so that was the first experience. Second, and you have to understand this, there are several factors which will make election management more difficult. We have to understand, especially to foreign governments and those observers, you have to understand that although the Commission on Election is a constitutional body under Article 9(6) of the 1987 Constitution, independent and with fiscal autonomy, everybody should understand that although the COMELEC would like to do something, improve something, change something, it will always have to be limited by what is provided for in our system of government and in our existing laws, more particularly the Constitution. And what do I mean by that? In 2022, for the 2022 elections, we proposed a 23 billion budget preparatory for the 2022 elections. And yet, when we went to Congress, to the executive and to Congress, it was reduced to a mere 12 billion pesos. So you have a budget supposedly of 23 billion. You were given only 12 billion budget. You were supposed to procure new machines, at least by lease, and yet you were given only that amount of money so that you will be able to automate the 2022 national and local election. What happened? The COMELEC merely refurbished the 98,000 machines, and we leased 11,100 new machines from the same provider that provided the 98,000 machines, simply because we do not have the money to procure new ones. And so what happened? The problem now arose, or have arisen during the 2022 elections. Almost 1,600 machines malfunctioned on election day. although it may be considered as a mere less than 1% of the entire 107,000 machines that the COMELEC will be using at that time, but just the same, 1,600 is more than enough to say that something went wrong in the planning and preparation, more particularly in that election management of 2022. Likewise, there were several SD cards that were brought to the different hubs in the different regions. And to us, and I think from your point of view, especially to those who are IT experts here, and for those who are always involved in election management, you will say, if there is one machine that will malfunction, even if it is not more than 1% even, then that is a sign that something went wrong. And we do not want to experience the same by 2025 and 2028. What we were saying was that here is the commission election with our partners NAMFREL, PPCRB, Participate, Lente, and such other well-meaning organization pushing the commission election to improvise and to improve and to change and to automate. And yet, here comes the principle of separation of power and the systems of check and balances. We were check and there was balance. It resulted to a mere 12 billion peso budget for the Commission on Election. And likewise, all of you here can attest to the fact that there was not a single election law for the last several decades past in order to improve our election management in the country. The latest that was passed was the postponement of the barangay and SK election, nothing more, nothing less. Again, I would like to point out repeatedly the 1985 Omnibus Election Code is Jurassic at that. 85 election code when you have the 1987 Constitution. You have Republic Act 9369 amending Republic Act 8436. And what year is Republic Act 9369? Likewise, Jurassic, likewise too old, without any amendment, without any revision. So that was the experience of the commissioner election by in the conduct of the election of 2022. We were conducting the election under the old law. We were conducting the election under a reduced budget. And we were conducting the election with, at that time, a very low trust rating from the people given to the commission election. But lo and behold, after the 2022 election, our trust rating went up to 83%, the highest likewise received by the commission election, simply because the COMELEC listened and the COMELEC is consulting with all the stakeholders, with all the clientele. And we will do that again. We will improve the exchange of ideas. We will improve and open the doors, the windows and everything in order to allow everybody to participate in the decision-making process of the commission election. But what now? What will happen by 2025? For the first time in the history of automated elections since 2010, the commission election made public, and conducted a press conference detailing the terms of reference that the COMELEC would wish to have for 2025 and the machine that perhaps the COMELEC should have by 2025. It was the first time in the history of our country's election management. We detailed. We even gave copies, not only to NAMFREL, but to all other stakeholders. We wanted you to study. We wanted you to research. We wanted you to comment so that at least the COMELEC can respond accordingly. So as far as the 2025 election is concerned, the COMELEC had this policy of having what we call as fast track, fully automated system with transparency, audit, and count. Learning from our experiences since 2010, and this representation, being a former election practitioner, had learned a lot on what people like you had been asking the Commission to implement and to innovate. First thing first, we said, when you say fast track, the results should be known by everyone immediately. And so we included in the terms of reference for purposes of the 2025 election that the results from the precinct should be sent directly to all entities, meaning the citizens' arm, the majority party, the minority party, the KBP, the municipal and city board of canvassers, the Congress, and the commissioner election, sent to all at the same time without passing through any server like what happened in the past. So meaning to say, you can counter-check the results of one precinct of the municipality of Maimbong, Sulu, and counter-check that with all the entities that had received the transmission. Likewise, we said, aside from the fact that voters had been asking and telling us, yes, the machines have printed the BBPAT, the receipts, but how sure are we that the machines actually really counted the ballots and the votes as cast by the voters? There was no evidence. Clearly, from the perspective of a lawyer like me, I can easily conclude, yes, that's very easy. You can always have the receipt, but the ballots or the votes were not counted. And so what we did, or we included in the TUR is that, aside from a 12-inch screen that the voters can see the ballot image of the ballot that they inserted into the machine, they can verify whether the receipt as produced by the machine and the votes that is inside the receipt will tally with the ballot image that they will see on the screen. Aside from a 200 millimeter per second speed as compared to a former 70 millimeter millimeter per second speed, you will now have 200 millimeter per second speed. At the same time, we decided to unbundle the software and the hardware, and it should be independent with the transmission, and that's very, very important. Why? Because in the past, even the transmission is bundled with the one supplying the software and the hardware. And so, by 2025, we are actually saying this telco should be talking to the commissioner election and not to the supplier or the provider of the machines and the software. They should be talking to us directly. And at the same time, we bundle the software and the hardware and all other collaterals. Pababaan na lang po sila ng presyo. Meaning, he who will have, or the company that will have the best machine and the least of the price will have to win supplying the machine for the commissioner election by 2025. And at the same time, at the end of the voting, at the end of the consolidation of the results, at the end of the transmission, which will happen in just a matter of 15 minutes, we are going to show the people, especially the watchers of each political party and the candidates, all the ballot images of all the ballots, original ballots, inside the machines. We will show all of this in the screen for 20 seconds each. And to our estimate, if you are going to have 800 voters voting per precinct, you will need at least 3 to 4 hours to show the ballot images. And we will allow even the watchers of candidates and political parties to take pictures of all these ballot images. They can compute and they can tally by themselves manually if the results per their computation will tally with the election returns results as printed by the machines. We wanted transparency. However, after we came up and we released to the public the TOR, we conducted the market survey, and lo and behold again, 3 prospective suppliers participated, and based on their offer, they said, we should remove this one, perhaps. This one will cost 2 billion pesos. Maybe you can also remove this one. Practically, most of them had said, remove this one, but include this one. And one of the companies even offered to download the entire source code for everyone to see and everyone to review. And so, because of this market survey, by Wednesday the next week, we are going to approve a revised TOR. And this TOR will now include a matter which is very close to the heart of NAMFREL. We push that it will now have to include I think it will be discussed later, but I'm going to say that we will have to include likewise the feature of having the scanning of the QR code. We will have to include that because we can remove one item in the TOR so that we can perhaps use that for purposes of the QR code of NAMFREL. We will do that. So what we are saying is that we would like to be as transparent as possible. But may I please invite the attention of everyone. There are certain issues outside of the automated election system that must be addressed quickly, not only by the Commission, but practically everyone. And these are issues outside of the machines. These are irregularities outside of the machines which can greatly affect the results of the election, such as vote buying, such as massive manipulation of the results by people who are not actually voters, who are the ones voting on election day. Before, when I was a practitioner, I called that, especially during the manual election, I used to call that written by one ballot, WBO ballots. Now I'm calling that shabu, shaded by one person ballot. Because there are certain areas in our country, regardless of how we try to manage, of how we include the PNP and the AP and the Coast Guard to keep the peace in these places. There are certain places whereby the voters were not the ones voting on election day, but these ballots are being shaded by individuals who are individuals or in cohorts with politicians. And at the same time, kindly please help the Commission on Election to push before the Executive and Congress for the budget in relation to the change of the system and the machines that we are looking for 2025. Take note, the Commission on Election already declared the 97,000 machines as unusable, meaning we will no longer use these machines, meaning that we are going to change the system, we are going to change the machine, and therefore we will be needing the budget. We will be needing the budget not only for the automated software and the hardware, but likewise we'll be needing the budget for the transmission of the results. And we likewise have to understand that aside from the components of the automated election system, you still have to spend for the honoraria of our electoral board members. For the coming 2025 election, we are estimating 71 million Filipino voters will be voting. An increase in the number of voters would mean an increase in the number of machines, an increase in the number of precincts, an increase in the number of ballots, and an increase of practically everything, all election paraphernalia to be used for the election, and therefore an increase in the number of electoral board members, more or less 1,100,000. Come to think of it and compute that using only as basis the 10,000, 9,000, and 8,000 we are paying or giving the electoral board members on election day. So that if, in case we are going to change the system, we will have to train them anew. We will have to do a massive information dissemination all around the country, and that will cost a lot. And you are going to make an additional honoraria, give additional honoraria for our teachers. Even a 2,000 pesos across the board increase, that will cost a lot. Try to imagine, even for the sake of argument, that you are to include one poll workers per every precinct, and you will have 128,000 precincts. Sorry, 128,000 precincts by 2025, clustered precincts at that. You will be needing about 1 billion pesos for just one poll worker per precinct. So we are facing a huge problem of budget. Sir Lito, when I was attending the Participate Summit last week, mentioned that's the problem of all government agencies, budget, of course. But the COMELEC's predicament is a different one. Take note that we are going to ask Congress for a budget which is separate and distinct from the regular budget of the commission and election, which we are willing to sacrifice. We are going to ask for a separate, independent, special budget for the election. And for us Filipinos, nagmamahal na po ang demokrasya ng ating bansa. To conduct the election barangay and SK manually, we needed 12 billion pesos. To conduct the automated election, I want you to guess how much the COMELEC will be asking Congress. But then, everything can be said and can be done, but again, we need your support. We need your assistance. You have to help the commission election realize a 2025 change of system that will be used, perhaps, for the 2026 barangay and automated election. We wanted to automate the barangay and SK election of 2026. We cannot go back to manual. 3 or 4 hours of delay in the proclamation of candidates, or even 6 hours because of a manual system of election, will mean violence, will mean disruption. And not unlike in an automated election, it resulted to only 23 election-related violence. So we have to expedite the entire process, and we can only do that using an automated system. And so whatever is the system that the COMELEC will be using by 2025, it will be used by 2026, and it will likewise be used by 2028. We cannot have a new system by 2028. It's a very dangerous It's a very dangerous problem on the part of the commission election, because changing the system in a presidential and vice presidential election will also be dangerous on the part of the country. So we would like to change the system that is upgradable, that is so modern, and anybody here and nobody here present right now can tell before the commission election that the TOR was tailor-fit to suit a particular supplier or provider. All the features included in our wish list were actually the product of our experience, the product of what our stakeholders had been telling the Commission, include these things, include this feature. We decided to include everything and find out if there is a supplier or even a manufacturer. We wanted a manufacturer, not a mere integrator, to supply to the commission election this kind of machine. And luckily for the COMELEC, there were 3 suppliers, perhaps even 5 or more, that will be supplying these machines. We wanted to ensure and assure everyone here present that it will be a fair, a very transparent procurement process. And before I forget, there is also that problem of procurement. Because our present law says, so long as the supplier is able to comply with the terms of reference and is responsive, so pababaan na lang po ng presyo. So yun ang malaking problema. And there is this problem of single largest completed contract. And there is this problem under 9369 of the provision which says of an international national election experience. So there are several things that should be changed in our present law on automation. The COMELEC cannot do it by itself because the COMELEC may be accused of of legislation in which we cannot do. We cannot do legislation. We can only implement and enforce the provision of a law. And so, expect that your commission will be defending our budget for this year, for next year, and of course, for 2025. Para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, mas magastos po ang preparatory year kaysa yung election year. It's more expensive the year before the conduct of the election. So please help us, support us, and likewise let us support the amendment of certain laws, especially laws on the conduct of the election. And take note, when the commission, the entire commission election, more or less participated in the Participate Summit last week, we directed all our senior staff to be there, and we had been listening, especially the comments and the suggestions and recommendation of NAMFREL. This representation was full aware of what you are asking us. And surely we will listen to you and we will include that in our decision making. In all, I would like to tell you that this is a blessed day. You are here right now. You would like to listen to the commission election, and the commission election would likewise want to listen to all of you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, COMELEC Chairman Garcia, for candidly sharing with us the circumstances that surrounded the conduct of the May 2022 elections, which were managed, according to the chairman, under Jurassic election laws. He also mentioned that the TORs for the first time were made public, that the results were made known to the key stakeholders in the election process, and there were also measures made to enable verification of ballots that were read by the counting machines. However, he also pointed out to other issues that were beyond the AES, and that also impedes the conduct of clean and honest and fair elections. Hopefully, Project Participate, represented here by our good friend, Chief of Party Julio Tihanki, and NAMFREL would be willing to help COMELEC as we look to the BARM in its establishment of the appropriate election office, because they just passed the BARM electoral code. Now, Chair Garcia mentioned the need for transparency, which is essential in electoral processes because it eliminates the appearance of impropriety and limits the possibility of electoral fraud. Transparent procedures were made available during the May 2022 elections, which promoted public confidence and trust in the electoral system. Now, within this framework, this forum revisits the current AES system, and to shed further light into the AES system and what happened from a technical point of view, because Chair Garcia presented us with the substantive law and the legislative revisions that would be required to make it more effective. Our next speaker is someone whom the NAMFREL has been closely working with respect to technology. He is also a member of the Commission on Elections and is currently the commissioner in charge for the COMELEC's Digital Transformation Program. He has more than 42 years of experience in information technology and business management, something that most of us in this room are not competent with respect to technology. I, for one, am an illiterate with respect to technology. But this commissioner, member of the Commission on Elections, is an expert in this area. Prior to his appointment to the COMELEC, he has held key roles in business processing, re-engineering, banking, the academia and media, and including serving as the commissioner of the Presidential Commission on the Y2K compliance. Do you still remember that? Year 2000, when everybody thought the banking system would be disrupted. Well, he was part of that commission. He also served as the executive vice president and the dean of the College of Business at the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. And he's the president of the Philippine Computer Society, the spokesperson for the Automated Election System, Watch, and columnist of the Manila Times. In 2012, he was honored as the most outstanding electronics engineer of the year by the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. It is my privilege to call on the Honorable Nelson Celis, Commissioner of the COMELEC, to share with us his perspective.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Kung sinasabi nga ni Chairman Garcia na Jurassic ang batas, si Chairman Garcia po ay millennial. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Chairman George Garcia, Chairperson Lito Aberia, Professor Carlos Manuel, Mr. Ketua, Doc July, Tihanki of the Participate, the guest, ladies and gentlemen, good morning uli. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. It is an honor to stand before you today as we gather at the National Citizens Movement for Free Elections Stakeholders Forum. This event marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to explore an alternative automated election system for our beloved nation. First, I would like to extend my utmost gratitude to NAMFREL for being a major force in the success of the first National Election Summit last March 8, 9, and 10 at Sofitel. Your valuable insights and recommendations made it possible for the Commission to move forward with a better vision of the Philippine election systems. NAMFREL was one of the 23 partners of the Commission on Elections in the preparation of the election summit, which we started with many participants from different stakeholders. And we started this focus group discussions. We had 53 focus group discussions participated by 23 partners. We started that in September and we ended up in February in preparation for the first National Election Summit, hearing all these recommendations of our partners. Meron tayong, of course, aside from NAMFREL, nandun yung PPCRB, yung Lente, Philippine Computer Society, the CIO Forum, of course, the DICT, the Department of Information and Communications Technology, the Department of Science and Technology, the academe, the PLM, LaSalle, Ateneo. So that 2023 National Election Summit served as a testament to NAMFREL's commitment to progressing a fair and safe election process. As we reflect on the past, we recognize the challenges. But it is through our collective efforts that we are here today discussing alternative avenues for improving our automated election system. NAMFREL has been at the forefront of the fight for transparent and credible elections in our country for decades, 40 years at that. From its humble beginnings in 1983, it has consistently advocated for the empowerment of our citizens, ensuring that their voices are heard and their voice and votes recognized. Over the years, NAMFREL has played a pivotal role in monitoring our electoral processes, observing and reporting irregularities, and safeguarding the integrity of our democratic system. The persistence displayed by NAMFREL in this journey toward a fair and safe election system is commendable. Despite the challenges and obstacles faced along the way, NAMFREL has remained steadfast in its pursuit of transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. The dedication of its volunteers, who tirelessly give their time and expertise, is a testament to the organization's commitment to our democratic values. As we explore alternative avenues for automated elections And as we discussed in the past 53 FGDs, NAMFREL was present in most of the focus group discussions we had. They recommended a lot of improvements, like, for example, implementation of election standards. And NAMFREL was also there during the discussion on the implementing rules and regulations that we don't have as of this moment, since the time of the enactment of Republic Act 8436 as amended by RA 9369. So during that time, NAMFREL recommended several recommendations to augment the 9369's provisions by stating so many technical provisions that should be included. And those were also mentioned by our chair in terms of coming out with the terms of reference for the 2025 elections. So we must ensure that our focus remains on the welfare and empowerment of our citizens. Our goal is to develop a system that amplifies the votes of the people, instills confidence in the electoral process, and protects the sanctity of each vote cast. As we move forward, let us remember that the pursuit of a fair and safe election system is not an individual endeavor, but a collective responsibility. It requires the concerted efforts of all stakeholders, including government agencies, civil society organizations, political parties, and most importantly, the citizens themselves. Together we can shape the future of our elections, embracing innovation. And one of the major resolutions of the Commission on Elections, and also based on the several FGDs that we had, is to have an internet voting for the upcoming elections. So we're already finishing the terms of reference for the internet voting for the overseas absentee voting, not yet for the national and local elections. So let us harness the power of technology to enhance our democracy, ensuring that every citizen's voice is heard and that our electoral processes are robust, secure, and fair. In conclusion, I would like to express my profound gratitude to NAMFREL for their exceptional efforts in participating in the first National Election Summit. And hopefully we should have a sequel to this 2023 Election Summit. Their unwavering commitment to the progress and their relentless pursuit of fair and safe elections have set a shining example for us all. Together, let us continue to strive for a future where every citizen can exercise their democratic rights with confidence and pride. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much, and may we continue to strive for a better and brighter democratic future.
Thank you, Commissioner Celis, for revisiting the current automated election system and for urging today's participants to surface issues, identify gaps in implementation, and elicit alternatives that would contribute to a free and fair electoral process, a goal of governments, the electorate, political parties, and non-governmental organizations. Like COMELEC Chairman Garcia, Commissioner Celis underscores the reality that electoral reform requires the unified effort of all stakeholders. Now our next speaker is NAMFREL's own IT guru. For all IT issues, we run to him to ask and to probably explain to us in layman's terms what the heck that process involves. Let me share with you some of the key highlights in his extensive career and experience in IT. He served as volunteer for the NAMFREL Pasay City chapter years ago and joined the national headquarters starting in the 1990s by providing assistance in setting up systems for the Operation Quick Count. Our next speaker started his career in the information and communications technology in 1975 and has served in various capacities in management and technical support. He participated in the drafting of the implementing rules and regulations of RA 8792, or the E-Commerce Act of 2000, and served as a resource person in both houses of Congress in drafting the ICT-related laws, including the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, the National Privacy Act of 2012, and the creation of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. He also served as a resource person with the Supreme Court Subcommittee on E-Commerce, which drafted the rules on electronic evidence. Ikaw palang may sala. He is a consultant on applications and systems, business community, cybersecurity, data privacy protection, ICT policy development, and he served as the president of the Philippine Computers Emergency Response Team. It is my extreme pleasure and privilege to call on the current chairman of the NAMFREL, Chair Angel Lito Averia.
Salamat ulit, Attorney Salma. So this time around, I'll talk about one specific topic, the automated election system in the eyes of stakeholders. Meron na ba? Okay. So, umpisahan natin dun sa survey that was conducted about a month or 5 weeks after the 2022 national and local elections conducted by Pulse Asia involving 1,200 respondents. And in that survey, the respondents, or 82% of the respondents said that the 2022 national and local election results was accurate. Okay. And many of the respondents said that they have a big trust in the results. 83% of rural respondents and 81% of urban respondents say that the election results are credible. In terms of the benefits, 72% said speed, and 15% ease of voting, and greater credibility by 11% of the respondents. And 89% of the respondents say that they see the continuation of the use of the automated election system in our future elections. But let me take the perspective of the voters, and these are gathered from our observation and monitoring of the elections. Because voters are primarily exposed to the voting machines, right? And throughout the 5 elections, they have improved in understanding and learning the voting system. Okay? And many say that there is ease of voting. Voters have also learned to check their votes on the VVPAT. The VVPAT was first implemented in 2016 following a Supreme Court ruling. So for 3 elections, we have been using the VVPAT, and the voters have learned how to use the VVPAT in verifying if the machine captured their votes. But among also our findings and observations is that voters who use the emergency accessible polling precincts, this includes the senior citizens, PWDs, heavily pregnant women, they expected to use the voting machine when they cast their votes, but they felt they were deprived of using the machines because the system or the process was anyone who voted using the EAPPs had to leave their ballots with the poll workers in manning the EAPPs, and somebody would run to their precincts to bring their ballot. Or sometimes, at the end of the day, so the election workers at the EAP would just receive the ballots, and then at the end of the day, bring the ballots to the respective voting precincts for batch reading. Okay. Okay. Each and every elections, we observe long lines or queues. And also voting, this was mentioned by Chair Garcia earlier, the malfunctioning machines and SD card failures caused inconvenience to the voter. But voters still wanted to cast their votes using the vote counting machine, so they opted to wait. And some, in 2022, had to wait for like at least 24 hours to vote because the replacement machines came the following day. Although they had options like leaving the ballot with the electoral board or returning to the polling precinct at a later time, the options was not acceptable to the voters. And voters said that their experience cannot be and should not be trivialized by saying that they had the options. So because they still wanted to vote using the voting machines. And also, some wondered why results were already coming out when they have not yet cast their votes. For the overseas voters, it has been inconvenient for them. And they can't leave their workplaces on election day. Like, for example, in the Middle East, even if we had voting machines or voting was enabled in our consulates or embassies in the Middle East, their workplaces were actually far from the consulates or embassies, and they would have to travel like a day just to vote. And then, of course, the maritime workers have no opportunity to vote. So I understand that recently COMELEC announced that they will be using internet voting for overseas workers. In the eyes of the electoral boards and other election workers, despite the long hours, because the electoral boards start early, some of them get up at around midnight to go to the treasurer's office to get some of the materials, the election paraphernalia. And then, of course, they have to work all day and they end up late. The electoral boards appreciate the EES as they no longer have to work for extended hours. Even still, they start early, but they end up earlier. they close their processes, post the voting processes earlier. And they appreciate the speed of the vote count because they do not have to go through the painstaking process of recording and counting the votes following the close of polls. Electoral boards no longer have to worry about being intimidated and harassed. No? They're no longer exposed to electoral violence, or at least the exposure to electoral violence have been minimized. But the electoral boards wish for a better system or process when they return the election paraphernalia. No, this is an observation that we've made even in the barangay elections or the plebiscites, because the electoral boards would have to return the election paraphernalia to the municipal treasurer's or city treasurer's office, and they have very little space. Okay. Okay. And of course, ito yung issue nila, sana exempted na daw from taxes yung kanilang election day pay. I personally talked to some of the electoral boards and they've been repeating this, this wish. From the point of view of candidates or political parties, yung win for sale. In other words, some third party would approach candidates selling the win in the elections. No? And that depends on the level, from the municipal to provincial to the House of Representatives and the Senate, and during presidential elections. No? It's a win for sale. Some candidates feel that the AES has been rigged to favor certain candidates and would like to see a return to the transparency of vote counting. And some of them support the hybrid election system. For election monitoring organizations, in the eyes of the election monitoring organizations, some electoral boards or boards of canvassers are not aware of the citizen arms accreditation, so they are barred from observing the process. This is, in particular, our experience in the field. Some EBs not aware that accredited citizens arm are entitled to get a copy of the election returns. And of course, we can observe only the process and not the counting of votes or the consolidation of the election results. Election monitoring organizations, of course, now follow the international standards on election observation. There's, through the years that have been developed, the set of international standards on election monitoring and observation. And EMOs try to see whether election bodies adhere to election laws of the country. With the AES, there is a concern that election laws are not being followed, or parts of the law are not being followed. In the eyes of the COMELEC, and this is actually gathered from my discussions with present and past commissioners, say the transparency of the AES is addressed by a number of transparency measures, including, for example, the local source code review, the tests that are being conducted, the mock elections. Are some of the transparency measures. But of course, transparency measures are not equivalent, or that it does not equate to transparency. Accuracy of the election results is validated by the high accuracy rating from the RMA. In 2022, it was 99.95. But the established standards based on the request for a proposal for the 2010 elections established that standard at 99.995%. That 99.995% has never been met in the last 5 national and local elections. Again, AES performance is satisfactory due to the speed of the election results and aggregation of the results. COMELEC says that there have been less protests filed and there have been no successful protests. Okay. This is perhaps because the protestants do not know where to look for the evidence. Mind you, the evidence is electronic in nature. Okay? And we've been asking for COMELEC to release, for example, the election logs. I do have a case study where it was the operations of the machine. It's not the direct manipulation of the votes. It happened in one of the municipalities where during normal operations, let's say 275 ballots were counted by the machine, but they did not, the EBs there did not close the polls. After 36 hours, they reset the machine. After resetting the machine, they fed in a batch about 350 ballots. So there's a difference now of 275 ballots. One can say that that particular incident is an isolated case, but we don't know. And that's based on the logs that we were able to acquire for that particular municipality. And then, of course, ito nabanggit na rin ni Chairman Garcia, the choice of technology or system is constrained by law, because we have antiquated laws, and budget. This is a challenge that they are facing, including sa laws, yung Government Reform, Procurement Reform Act. This is another constraint. Although I understand that the 50% requirement of the largest single completed contract is by IRR. So maybe we can talk to the GPPB to revise that requirement. And then, of course, finally, in the 2022 elections, some stakeholders doubted the credibility of the election results because they said that the transmissions within the first hour following the close of polls was questionable. Okay? And they were concerned how the votes were counted, and they're saying speed is not a priority. And that's it for this presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Chair Lito. At this point, I would like to request COMELEC Chairman Garcia and Commissioner Celis to join Mr. Lito Aberria on stage, as well as the panel of reactors for this morning's session. Attorney Ferolino, Mr. Manuel, Dr. Tihanki, and Mr. Ketua. Okay, let me just share with you some highlights from the impressive careers of our panel of reactors. Representing the Commission on Elections on the panel of reactors is Attorney Eme Ferolino, or Attorney Dan as he's familiarly called, who is the head executive assistant for the office of Commissioner Amy Ferolino. And he assists his principal in overseeing several committees and offices within the Commission on Elections, specifically the Plebiscites Committee, Committee on the Ban on Firearms and Security Concerns, the Random Manual Audit Committee, Packing and Shipping Committee, the Vulnerable Sectors Office, and quite recently, the Steering Committee for the 2025 National and Local Elections. He is also joined by another reactor, Mr. Carlos Manuel, who represents the IT community. Mr. Manuel, is a two-time president and current trustee of the Philippine Computer Society, or PCS, and which is the oldest association or organization of IT professionals in the country. He is a training, coaching, and mentoring specialist in the field of human resources, human relations, human resources development, education and training, consulting services, and team synergy for over a career that spans 40 years. He is an information technology expert with more than 4 decades of experience in emerging technologies. A third panelist represents the overworked and underpaid sector of government service, teachers. He's the national chairperson of the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, or ACT. Mr. Ketua, did I get your surname right? Is a licensed public school teacher since 1997 and a senior high school teacher at Carlos Albert High School in Quezon City. He served as a member of the Board of Election Inspectors during the 2010 Barangay and SK elections and spearheaded ACT Teachers Election Hotline, which was launched during the 2019 and 2022 national and local elections to ensure that teachers' rights and safety were protected and promoted during the elections. ACT Teachers Party List in Congress, and he was at the forefront of the campaign and enactment of the Election Service Reform Act of 2016, which makes election service voluntary for public school teachers and other citizens, which also includes the much-needed honoraria for poll workers, then mandating their benefits such as medical and legal assistance, among others. And rounding up our panel of reactors is a longtime friend of NAMFREL, Dr. Julio Tihanqui, who's the chief of party of Participate. He represents the academe. Dr. Tihanqui is one of the foremost specialists on Philippine politics and government, including governance, I should say, with particular focus on issues of popular participation, governance, democratization, and contested institutions. He has been extensively published on the topics of election, party politics, and political dynasties. Currently, he is a professor of political science and international studies at the De La Salle University. And at the same university, Dr. Tihanqui has served as the chair of the political science department from 1994 to 2007, as chair of the International Studies Department from 2008 to 2013, and as the Dean of the College of Liberal Arts from 2013 to 2017. Let me call on our first reactor, Attorney Ferolino.
Thank you po, Ma'am Salma. Good morning, Chair, Chair George, Commissioner Celis, Dr. Tihanqui, Teacher Vlad, Sir Titos. Good morning po sa ating lahat. We've been preparing for, well, first thing that we always say to people when we prepare for the elections is that the elections is not a one-time event. We prepare years prior to make sure na walang aberya. And one of the things that we consider is kailan tayo magde-declare ng results. I've been sent to several places now for election planning and observation. And I speak with other election bodies as well. And ang sinasabi namin, we have to proclaim the winner as soon as possible. Kasi kapag nade-delay yung proclamation, there is a danger na maisip or ma-foresee ng tao na, ay baka may ginagawa yung election body, baka may dayaan. Tapos minsan din, sinasabi natin na we have to declare the results right away kasi there's a danger na magkagulo and people may get hurt. And in some jurisdictions, people actually get killed. So that's one of the reasons why we adopt an automated election system para ma-address natin itong issues na ito in terms of security. A few things lang po na gusto kong mag-react sa presentation ni Sir Angel. Dun sa sinabi mo, sir, na some of our EBs are not aware of the accreditation. This one as a representative of the commissioner in charge for the 2025 steering committee, I will assure you that everybody would know na kung sino yung accredited, and we will make sure that you will get the records that you need. Dun po sa protest natin, we have records po. We even have paper records from the ballots. There are instances when cases are filed in the COMELEC na kailangan nating manual recount. And so far naman po, wala pa tayong napuprove na merong dayaan. However, we are more than willing to consider if you can show us instances na baka meron, and we will be willing to study that and make sure that that thing will not happen again. And I will also give you our assurance from the steering committee for the 2025 elections that we will reach out to all the stakeholders. We will listen to your comments and suggestions. In fact, we were talking with Representative si Teacher Vlad kanina on how we can help our teachers as well. Kasi sa election, hindi lang naman COMELEC ang nagtatrabaho. In fact, we consider the teachers as vital essential people na nagtatrabaho sa election. One of the factors na kinikonsider namin is paano ba sila makakaboto kasi most of the time ina-assign sila sa mga lugar na hindi sila pwedeng bumoto. It's not their wala sa voting place nila. So how can we address that? We're also talking about it, as well as the amount of work that they are doing during election day. If you may remember, we require teachers to be in the polling places at least 1 hour before the start of the polls. So usually, kung magsa-start yung preparations natin, 7 a.m., so they have to be in the polling place 6 a.m. And then, anong oras ba matatapos yung elections? Sometimes, makakapag-transmit sila ng votes 2 a.m. na, 3 a.m. Some teachers, kasi I also have experience being in the canvassing centers, may mga teachers 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. na nakaka-deliver ng ballot boxes. How about their well-being? Paano natin ma-address yung mga teachers almost 24 hours na silang gising at nagtatrabaho? So we're working on these things, not only on the side of the technology, but also on the people as well. We're looking at their physical and mental health. Yun lamang po. Thank you so much.
Our next reactor would be Mr. Manuel.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Nelson. Good morning, Chair Lito. Lagi ko niloloko, sorry, para matawa kayo ng konti. We're going to present something based on the technology side. This is an input coming from the Philippine Computer Society members. We'd like to take a look at the election as an entire ecosystem. That means cover mo yung botante, yung balota, yung sistema, and also yung officials involved. There is such a thing as basically yung peripheral activities surrounding automated systems. Because yung automated systems is not silo. Hindi stand-alone yan. There are other activities that can affect the results of the electoral systems. Particularly, ang tinitignan namin basically is yung, there's a concept called ballot life cycle. That means from the time na dinesign yan hanggang dinispose, nasusundan dapat yun eh. It follows a strict review session so that basically nothing can be questioned about that one. The other part we're looking for is yung ballot management. Of course, nabanggitan natin yung ballot life cycle niya. And then the most important part na hindi namin, na lagi kaming gang-ho is yung contingency management. Who are the parties who will actually be responsible for the contingency? A problem will always arise in any automated systems. Laging sigurado yan. As sure as the sun will rise tomorrow morning. So dapat, if you don't see anything in black and white, it never happened. Very clear po yun. Dapat everything that we have to do is properly documented siya. And of course, importante din po sa amin yung mga tao na basically has to do. Education is the first line of defense. Ang lagi namin binabanggit is, I've heard this question before, how do we know that they know? We don't have, unless we have a sense, a measure of assessment, we don't exactly know na alam nila how to proceed with that one. Like a good example is basically, how do you know that the voters know how the automation system works? From the beginning to the end. Ang alam nila tumatakbo yan, nababasa nila mabilis eh. But if you ask them, how is it done? And how does it affect the election? They have no idea why. So importante po sa amin na one of the na nirecommend po namin para sa education program is the proper appreciation ng automated systems. From the beginning to the very end. Doon mo lang malalaman talaga if people actually know when they say we're satisfied. Nanggaling din po sa amin yung issue na basically yung speed is a low measure of yung tinatawag na yung the way to assess it. Election is not a foot race. It is bounded by time. So from this time to this time, dapat ito nagawa mo eh. So hindi yung karera. Importante is basically at this point in time natapos mo to. At this point in time natapos mo to. Importante po yan simply because we're going to make sure that actually the results are properly reflected as the way they are going to be presented. Importante din po auditing. The auditing protects the institution. Because pag na-audit ka, pag meron nag-question, meron kang pwede ipakita, oh, excuse me, na-audit kami. And everything passed, no? Importante po yan. For the hardliners sa audit, pag hindi ka na-audit, bagsak na yan. Totoo po yan because I came from I have a CPA background. We did auditing before. Pag hindi ka nagpa-audit, we have questions on that issue. So maliwanag po yan on that aspect. So, bottom line, ang gusto po namin makita yung peripheral activities that surrounds the election system. And I'm happy that actually this was taken care of during the summit. Lumabas lahat yung mga issues na yun. That we didn't realize there are actually 23 points to be able to audit. From the time na bumoto yung tao hanggang sa nabilang yan, 23. At yung transmission, 7 steps ang auditing procedures. So hopefully, by yung 2025, lahat to will become clear. Because we're looking forward to the day that basically we can actually say, pag meron nag-complain kami na mismo magsasabi, excuse me, pumasaya sa audit eh. Your best defenders are the people who are actually your critics. If they can say point blank to anyone, hindi pumasayan kasi sinundan nila yung procedure. One more time, ang isa po namin, last time the recommendation po namin is basically the protocols must be followed to the letter. No one can invent the protocol. Kami, ang trabaho namin, we do not invent the rules. We just implement them. Kung anong protocols, kung anong ISO standards, sinusunod lang po namin yun. So, we do not create the rules ourselves. Pag sinabing, the moment you deviate from the rules, you deprive yourselves of the catch basins. Yung basins, at also yung basically yung mga safety nets. Kasi we will not know how to protect you eh. Lumihis ka doon sa standards eh. Kung ang aeroplano aalis one location, the moment pag nag-take up yan, 1 degree off, by the time it reaches destination, it could be 200 miles away from the destination. So sa umpisa pa lang, dapat sunod yan sa plano. Otherwise, mahirap magabol sa dulo eh. Hopefully, that becomes clear for everyone. Again, we like to be able to, we're happy that we've been invited to, kasi na-voice out namin yung aming opinion. Again, what we actually said is not based on personal opinion. It's basically the protocols that we actually followed, which we adhere to. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel. At this point, maybe Mr. Averia would like to respond to the issue raised by Attorney Ferolino, and the Chairman Garcia and Commissioner Celis may want to react to Mr. Manuel's.
Yes, well, we appreciate that you've taken note of our comments, our findings, especially yun dun sa yung mga actually marami in mind. So nagpapasalamat kami that you'll take those into consideration.
Maglayo lang ako ng konti po dun sa mabilis lang po, hindi ko binanggit kasi kanina. First and foremost, Tita Malu, Prof. Edna, and Sir Richard, with your kind permission, yung issue ng Peñera versus Comelec. Outside po ito ng automated election system. Peñera versus Comelec, until today, the decision of the Supreme Court stands. Anong sabi? These candidates are not yet candidates at the time of the filing of the candidacies. They are candidates only on election day. Come to think of it, or on the start of the campaign. Come to think of it, filing ng candidacy October. In fact, mayroon pa kaming suggestion ngayon na baka pwede mas maaga pa kahit bandang September yung filing ng candidacy. The purpose is because we wanted to print the ballots and the names of the candidates in the ballots as early as first week of January. They are candidates only on the first day of the campaign period. Isipin niyo po, 90 days in the case of national, 45 days in the case of local candidates. So ibig sabihin, they will practically violate all election laws from the moment of the filing until the first day of the campaign period, which is more or less February sa national candidates and March sa local candidates. So, not related sa automated election, pero too much related sa conduct ng election. Because that will show the inequality between the rich candidates and the poor candidates. And therefore, kita nyo naman, lahat ng mga mukha nila nasa TV ng bandang October, November, December, January. Tapos yung mga ibang kandidatong walang pera, hindi naman nakakapag-avail ng television. Number one. So yung po isang bagay, dapat we have to move fast and dapat mapa-amend natin yung provision ng Section 15 ng 9369 pa naman, the automated election law. Pagkatapos, yung issue po ng social media. Alam niyo po, outside na rin yan ng automated election system. Pero come to think of it, related din on how the people will vote, on how the candidates will perform during the entire period of campaign. Bakit? Wala naman po tayong social media regulation in the Philippines. Wala tayong batas because kahit sa US nga may issue ng constitutionality on the freedom of expression. But in our case, wala pong power ng COMELEC. Kami po, resources-wise, how do you monitor? If, for example, a candidate will have 10 social media accounts, 10. Ang kandidato nyo po is, for example, you will have 700,000 candidates in a single election. Try to compute po. Paano namin monitor yung 7 million? May mga troll farms pa na nag-exist at may mga kung ano pa na banatan sa social media. We should even be given an opportunity to monitor social media during the campaign period man lang. Di po ba? Yun man lang campaign period. Now, in the case ng mga BIs po, lagi rin po yung issue. Hindi po kasi naipasa yung tungkol sa kanilang exemption. So ano pong ginawa ng COMELEC? Tinaasan po namin ang kanilang honoraria. In fact, sa barangay and SK election, dapat po 6,000, 5,000 lang ang tatanggapin nila. Anong ginawa po ng COMELEC? Using our very limited savings, ginawa po namin 10,000, 9,000, 8,000, bahala na. Kasi nga po, unfair sa mga teachers. Sila yung pinapaharap natin. Yung latest na machines na ginamit nga natin, tinataas na ganyan, tinataktak pa yung iba, nilalagyan ng electric fan para lang mapagana. Ang iba nilalagyan po ng mga libro sa ilalim para lang pumasok ang mga balota. Di po ba? Pero kabisado po, sobra kaming bilib sa mga teachers, kabisado na nila ang ating automated election system. But then, the problem is, Sa bawat pag-increase ng honoraria nila, kahit po sa 1,000 pesos, it will cost millions of pesos. Pagka nagdagdag ka pa, it will cost billions of pesos. The question is, are they willing to help us and give the funding support? Dapat po nakakonsentrate talaga sa mga guro, sa mga sundalo, sa PNP. Dapat po kaya lang po talagang very limited yung resources. So, sana maunawaan po natin, talaga totoo po yun, there are several factors affecting the conduct of an automated election system outside of the machines. Counting machine lang naman po yan, scanner eh. Alam naman po natin lahat, scanner lang yan. Ang issue lang dyan, hindi nga nadidiscuss, hindi yung machine. Yung transmission. Yun ang transmission, ang pinaka-crucial sa automated election system. Hindi po yung software, yung hardware, yung transmission. How sure are we na yung mga pinadala sa bawat canvassing centers, yun yung results na nanggaling sa presinto? How will we will be able to verify the credibility, the integrity of all these results? Hindi lang po yung sa machine per se. And so that's the reason why po, in the next few days, we're going to come out with our TOR for the transmission. And we need your support there. Tulungan nyo kami, tama ba to? Talaga bang blockchain pwede na magamit sa transmission? Talaga bang dapat idalagay ito o tanggalin yan? Yung sa machines po, madali lang yun. We already have the experience. Nandiyan ang NAMFREL, nandiyan po kayo to guide us. Pero yung transmission, hindi natin dinidiscuss. Yung consolidation, hindi natin dinidiscuss. And that's the most crucial. Kahit po sa manual election, finally, sa manual election, ang dayaan ang yayari sa canvassing. Yung consolidation ng results. 10 lang ang boto, naging 100. 100 ang boto, naging 10. Kung nangyayari yung sa canvassing, hindi po ba, pwede rin mangyari kahit sa automated dayaan. Yun po yun eh. That's why po, we should not focus only on the machines. We should likewise include sa ating focus yung pong yung pong transmission, yung consolidation of that's very, very crucial. We are willing to share to everyone the source code. Why not? Itamper nila, ayusin, galawin nila, etc. So that we can find out whether foolproof talaga yung gagamitin for 2025 elections. Maraming salamat po. Pasensya na kung medyo nag-extend ako ng konti.
Commissioner Celis, would you like to add?
Tama po yung sinabi ni Chairman Garcia. No? Yung transmission is very, very crucial. Nabanggit niya rin kanina na from the precinct, ang transmission to, transmit to all. Wala pong mangyayaring server in the middle. Kasi nagiging contention po ito for the past 5 national and local elections. Merong server, quote-unquote, in the middle. So, tinanggal po namin yon yung server na yon in the middle. So, pag nag-transmit kami doon sa dominant majority, dominant minority, kapisanan ng broadcasters ng Pilipinas, Citizens Arm, pati na sa COMELEC, sa backup, sa National Board of Canvassing, pwede ho sila mag-compare. Ano ba yung natanggap po dyan sa kabila? Dito. So magkakaroon po ng check and balance. And kami po ang makikipag-deal directly do sa telecommunications companies. Kasi na-experience din po natin. Mag-isip po kayo ng isang bangko na mayroong isang kumpanya in the middle na nakikipag-deal sa telecommunications. Hindi po ganun. 10 taon na ako sa banking industry. Lahat po ng data centers namin, naka-terminate po sa amin. Wala pong nandun sa gitna. So, pinag-iisipan po namin dito, COMELEC, as also discussed in the focus group discussions namin, na 53 focus group discussions. COMELEC will manage the transmission, the canvassing, not a third party. So, this is one major innovation na diniscuss din namin sa focus group discussions. Nandun si Prof. Titos, nag-facilitator din po yan. Of course, si Chairman Lito, several times nag-facilitate siya ng aming focus group discussion. Marami pong mangyayaring pagbabago.
Thank you, Commissioner Celis. We'd like to hear from the National Chairperson of the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, Mr. Vladimir Ketua, for his reaction.
Maraming salamat, ma'am, and good morning to our COMELEC Chair, Commissioner from NAMFREL, at ating mga kasamahan sa panel proctor at sa ating mga kasama dito sa bulwagang ito. Pag sinabi nating eleksyon, maliban sa COMELEC, may isang termino na pumapasok lagi, and that is teacher. Tulad ng mga binabanggit ng ating mga kasama, ating COMELEC chair at ating mga commissioner, lagi, no, forefront lagi ang teacher dito. No? Sa matagal na panahon, ang Alliance of Concerned Teachers ay nasa unahan lagi ng laban bago, during, and after the elections. Dahil nga, ang guro lagi ang nasa unahan nito sa paggampan ng kanyang elections. No? Kaya may dalawang bugkos yung aking reaksyon. No? Yung una ay may kinalaman doon sa mga issue at kalagayan ng mga guro. No? Hindi tayo tutol sa anumang pagbabago, lalo na sa usapin ng teknolohiya. Pero tama yung sinabi ni Commissioner Chair na ang teacher pa rin ay haharap doon sa labas sa proseso ng automated, and that is election violence. Ayaw nating maranasan yung nangyari kay Nelly Banaag noong 2007. Ayaw nating maranasan yung nangyari kay Mercy Miguel sa Mamaylaylan noong nakaraan lamang eleksyon. Sila ay pinatay, sinunog, at ayaw nating mangyari yan. Lalo pat ngayong 2023 ay matindi ang bangayan sa ibaba, sa barangay at SK elections. At alam naman natin, lalo na sa national election, this coming 2025 and 2028, litaw na yung mga bangayan sa national positions. No? And that is one. No? Sana maproteksyonan pa rin ang mga teachers, anuman pagbabago sa proseso, ito man ay mas maunlad na digital elections. Pangalawa, tama sinabi ni Commissioner, na paunla rin panalo natin, matitiyak pa rin natin na yung mga gaganang mga makina ay 100%. Pero digital is a digital. No? Sa karanasan namin noong 2022 sa aming report, 64% nito ay machine errors. Dito pa lamang sa NCR yon. At anong resulta nito? Basically ay 24 hours na nagtatrabaho ang mga kaguruan. So sana matiyak ang ng COMELEC at sana sa suporta rin naman tayo sa pagdaragdag ng mga budget tingil dito. Pero siyempre alam naman natin na mahigpit itong labanan sa usapin ng budget. So usapin ito ng overtime. Pangatlo, nabanggit na ni Commissioner at ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa panel, at napaka-importante nito yung pagdaragdag ng election honorarium. No? At malinaw po sa ESRA na mayroong dapat ay pagre-review, dapat hinggil dito. Pangapat, nabanggit din natin ating mga kasamahan dito yung usapin ng tax issue. Alam po naman natin na marami at malaking porsyento ng aming pagbabantay sa eleksyon ay napupunta lamang sa tax. Pangapat ay usapin ng security and legal issue. Maraming guro hanggang ngayon ay may mga kaso pa din. Lalo na sa Maynila, noong 2010 election, barangay election, nag-toss coin lamang yung number 7 sa councilor. Hanggang ngayon, binabantayan pa rin natin yung kaso na yun. Panlima, nabanggit na halos kanina nating kasama mula sa opisina ni Attorney Perelino, yung sa pen-absentee voting. Maraming guro ang hindi po nakakaboto, sa totoo lang. At napakahalaga ng kanyang boto kahit sino mang mamamayan yan. At huli, bahagi din po sana, napag-usapan din, nabanggit naman kanina ng ating MC na mahalaga din makilala yung mga ilang hotline na binubuo ng mga guro. Dahil alam po naman ninyo na ang Alliance of Concerned Teachers, 16 out of 17 regions, ay meron kami mga hotline na sana ma-credit kami rito. Yun yung unang bugkos. Yung parang bugkos ay yung pagtingin sa alternative automated election system. Alam niyo po sa amin sa Alliance of Concerned Teachers, totoo naman po nabanggit ni COMELEC Chair na 3 hanggang 4 na oras na mababawasan ang pagbabantay sa usapin kapag ito ay automated na. Pero kailangan nating tingnan pa din at balansehin yung usapin ng transparency, accountability, and credibility. Kaya ngayon po ay tinitingnan din namin, baka pwedeng lutuin din na manual voting at yung pong automated ay mangyari kapag po canvassing. Baka pwedeng pag-isipan natin dahil naman may gumugulong naman po nito sa Kongreso at sa Senado. Yun lamang, maraming salamat.
Thank you. Can we hear from the Chief of Party of Participate, Dr. Julio Tihanki?
Maraming salamat. Thank you, Attorney Selma. Good morning to everyone. First of all, before I share my reaction, I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations again to NAMFREL for its 40th year. Palakpakan po natin ang NAMFREL. I was a NAMFREL volunteer in 1983. I was in high school back then. And I also served in the Operation Quick Count at LaSalle Green Hills in 1984 and 1986. So I have very vivid memories of NAMFREL. So thank you very much, NAMFREL, for your service to the country and actually the world, no? Because you are the pioneer electoral monitoring organization that's been the model for the rest of the world. So first of all, I'd like to say at the heart of a functioning democratic society, again, as mentioned by the good chair of COMELEC, is the principle of free and fair elections in which each citizen's vote is counted equally. So that's the sacrosanct principle of elections. However, allegations of fraud and electoral manipulation have become an ever-present component in the Filipino democratic processes, particularly since we implemented the automated electoral system. If you will recall, in 2013, we had the so-called 60-30-10 pattern. No? That was quite controversial in the 2013 midterm elections. And then, of course, in 2016, we had BBM's allegation of fraud, no, in the vice presidential race. And more recently, last year, no, the still controversial TNT trio allegation, no, of the transmission, no, of the 2022 election. No. Now, criticisms against AES in the Philippines have ranged, and this was adequately summarized by the earlier speakers, Chairman George, Chairman Lito, no, can be classified into three. No? You have the legal, no? The usual question of the non-compliance with contracts and the like, no? To technical, no? The field of both Chair Lito and, of course, Commissioner Nelson Celis, issues regarding source code, digital signature, transmission, etc. And then lastly, transmission, administrative, no? The one that was enumerated by Chairman George, no? The cost of preparations for automated elections, the logistics necessary, and the likes. No? Now, in most human activities, elections will always carry with it some inherent risks. However, the risks involving elections are higher because it tends to escalate as candidates compete for power. For after all, elections is a political exercise and politics is all about power. Now, debates involving the use of technology in the electoral process tend to revolve around two issues, as already mentioned earlier, issue of efficiency in the voting process. Do you still recall the times when we had to wait weeks upon months to find out who the winners of the national elections in the early 90s? No? I remember those days. No? And then when, of course, when the automated election was introduced, no, we were so surprised, no, the speed, no, of the count. No? But it also brings about new challenges like securing the votes cast by the electorate. Now, as we all know, in the Philippines, no, one of our favorite pastime really is elections. No? So, given the winner-take-all nature of electoral contestation in the Philippines, perhaps we should also look at one paradigm that's been practiced by other electoral bodies around the world. No? The standard is to look at elections from the paradigm of risk assessment and management. No? So I'm not sure if COMELEC, this COMELEC or previous COMELEC boards have already implemented or planned for an electoral risk assessment and management plan. So critics of automated elections are always arguing, no? The assessment of the use of technologies in the elections have always been polarized. No? On one hand, no, as I've mentioned, no, we like the speed. No? Pero nung naging sobrang bilis naman, nagduda tayo. No? So, alin ba talaga? No? So, on one hand, gusto natin mabilis, pero nung sobrang bilis, may mga question pa rin. No? The problem of election fraud, no, can be considered a black box problem, no? As already mentioned by Commissioner Celis. No? Elections consist of inputs, no? Yung voters, parties, candidates, and the media that are processed inside that black box into outputs, no? Yung vote share of each candidate. The problem, however, is that box that ensures secrecy of the ballot also prevents an easy auditable trail, no? Just like in the banking transaction. No? So more often than not, all these allegations are based on suspicious behavior. And this suspicious behavior is the only evidence presented of electoral fraud. No? Eh, lalo na dito sa Pilipinas, walang natatalo sa eleksyon. No? Lahat nadadaya. No? So it is often a result of sometimes administrative deficiencies, legal ambiguities, no? Yung mga Jurassic laws natin. How can you run an automated election with the 1985 Omnibus Election Code? No? So, and then, of course, yung sore losing candidates. No? So, what I'm saying here is that perhaps with the help of academia, civil society, the media, together with COMELEC, and we are indeed fortunate that we have a very transparent and open COMELEC under the leadership of Chairman Garcia. No? So I think compared to the previous boards in the past, no, they have their strengths, no, but I think this is one of the most transparent and very open and very approachable COMELEC. So again, palakpakan po natin sila. So, and we at Participate, which is a non-partisan pro-democracy coalition composed of Ateneo School of Government, the Salle Institute of Governance, NAMFREL Code NGO and Ideals, and many other partners are here to support. No? And we would work closely with COMELEC to push for the necessary electoral and political reforms. Plus, we will also like to sit down with Chair Garcia to look at this possibility of having an election risk assessment and management. No? That we can all work together so that we can also manage the expectation of the public. And katulad po na sinabi ni Chair Garcia, no? Every time na maliit yung budget, every time na hindi nababago yung batas, tumataas po yung risk na magiging magkakaproblema tayo sa halalan. And katulad po na sinabi ni Attorney Ferrerillo, yung risk na yan matindi kasi it can even cause the loss of human lives. No? So it's not only protecting the sanctity of democracy and the ballot, but it's really having a truly safe electoral exercise, which is the essence of a functioning democracy. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Tihanki. COMELEC Chair Garcia and Commissioner Celis, if you'd like to react to the points raised by Mr. Ketua and Dr. Tihanki.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tihanki. Dean, maraming salamat. Una po, yung nasa venue na to ngayon, I can modestly say I have the widest experience when it comes to election protests. Lahat po since 2010, 80% ng lahat ng ballot boxes subject of the protest na buksan ko. Whether Protestant or protestee. Whether candidate for vice president, candidate for senator, congressman, governors, mayors, name it. Nabuksan ko yung boxes. And I can honestly tell you, there was not a single ballot box that I opened, whether as a Protestant or protestee, na nagbago substantially yung results. Siguro isa, dalawa, pero walang substantial change. Regardless of the position I've mentioned, bahala na kayo magbigay ng conclusion, yung binanggit ko mga positions, from president, vice president down to the mayor. Not a single ballot box. Isa lang, dalawa, happily shaded kasi hindi nabasa ng balota, ng machine may 50% threshold, hindi nabasa, but not a single ballot box. So, nung pong nagsimula ang automated election system, ganito kataas yung mga cases ko, lalo ng manual. Biglang, habang nagtutungo tayo, nagtatagal tayo sa automation of the election, biglang bumagsak ng ganun. Buti na lang na-appoint na ako sa COMELEC. Wala na halos nagpa-file ng election protest. sa kasalukuyan. So meaning to say, talaga pong napakaganda ng improvement naman when it comes to the automated election system. Kaya lang po, kinakailangan pagtulong-tulungan na i-improve pa natin ng maayos. Yung issue ng accountability and transparency is very, very important. Napaka-importante po yung transparency. And sabi ko nga kay Tito Lito kanina, sabi ng batas, 9369, dapat nga dina-download yung result sa website. So we will do that. We will do that because that's how transparency works. Wala ka naman tinatago. Sabi ko nga kahit yung procurement namin, tandaan niyo po ito, procurement namin para sa AES, everybody will be invited and it will be live streamed. Wala naman tayong pinapaboran. Everybody will have an equal opportunity to participate dito sa procurement natin. Hindi lang po ng machine, kung hindi even the transmission and all other components of the automated election system. Bilang panghuli po, ma'am, meron lang akong request sa bawat isa. Mamaya po, sa ngayong hapon kasi, mag-discussion kayo among yourselves. Last 2 weeks ago, the COMELEC declared as a policy direction that we will have to proceed with internet voting or electronic voting for our overseas Filipinos. Alam niyo po kung bakit? Bakit kami nagkaroon ng ganong klaseng policy direction? For 2022, we spent 417 million pesos. 417 million pesos. We were given by Congress only 111 million. So yung 300, kinuha na naman namin sa aming pinagkakaimpok-impok na savings. So 417. So ngayon po, ang results ng ating overseas voting was 39% of the 1.697 million Filipinos abroad. 1.697. Sa unang tanong pa lang, bakit 1.697 million lang ang Filipinos na registered? Samantalang mahigit 5 milyon ang Pilipinong nasa abroad. Doon din magtataka ka, bakit ayaw na nilang bumoto? Siguro nga gusto nilang maging foreign citizen. Kasi pag bumoto sila, hindi na sila makakuha ng foreign citizen. But why only 1.697 million? Kahit na massive ang info drive na ginagawa ng embassy at saka consulate ng DFA. Ngayon po, 39% voted. Only about 600,000 po yun. Per capita, kayo na lang po ang mag-compute, we spent 417 million which resulted to only 39% of almost 600,000 voters voting on election. Isang buwan po ang election sa overseas. And meron pa tayong voting anywhere, registration anywhere, at meron tayong by mail and in person. Nagtataka tayo, yung po mga pinapadala nating sulat o yung mga pouch na naandun yung mga balota, hindi binabalik ng mga Filipinos. Pinadala mo na, hindi pa binabalik. Of course, yung in-person na naunawaan natin, sabi nga kanina, kasi ang layo. So, dahil po dito, 39%, hindi po pa dapat maghanap ang COMELEC ng other modes of voting sa overseas. Kasi unfair sa mga Pilipino, sila nagpapadala ng dollar sa atin dito, tapos hindi sila nagpakakapag-participate simply because seafarer kasi nasa laot, nasa dagat. Simply because yung iba kasi nagtatrabaho sa mga bahay, hindi makalabas ng mga bahay nila. O kaya hindi makalabas sa mga pabrika kung saan sila nagtatrabaho. So we have to find other modes. At isa lang ang nakikita natin, internet voting. Total lahat ng Pilipino may dalang cellphone. Lagi may access sa internet kasi yun ang paraan nila para makapag-communicate sa kanilang mga pamilya. Ang problem natin, naging problema ng COMELEC, ang sinasabi kasi sa amin, there should be a law allowing internet voting. So the COMELEC last 2 weeks ago went outside of the box or even removed the box. We are taking the risk. We said, no, the law says, based on our interpretation, says that the COMELEC can find other modes of voting without even a need for a law. We need only to report to Congress and even make some recommendations. So interpreting that, the NBank adopted the legal opinion, and therefore, we will proceed with internet voting. Otherwise, pag po hindi tayo naglagay ng ganon, hindi po ba, pag hindi tayo naglagay, walang budget. Paano ka maglalagay ng budget? Wala kang ang policy direction. So, I'm hoping that aside from what we discussed kanina, sana po maisama nyo rin sa discussion this afternoon, internet voting. Because the COMELEC is likewise fighting that Congress should now enact early voting for senior citizens, PWDs, and pregnant women and IPs. Eh bakit po ba sila laging hinahalo sa pagboto? May mga naka-wheelchair, may mga nakasaklay, hinahalo sa pagboto. Ang init-init ng araw pag eleksyon ng Mayo. Dapat po separate ang voting nila at least 1 week or 2 weeks before, kahit parang katulad ng local absentee voting natin. Hindi po ba? And that's the reason why, even without the law, the COMELEC will proceed with pilot testing, early voting, sir, sa inyo po ito, early voting hours for senior citizens, PWDs, and pregnant women. Total, lalo na ang senior citizens, sila maagang gumising. So kung pwede silang pabotohin ng 5 to 7, 5 to 7 in the morning. Hindi po ba para sa kanila lang yon? We will pilot test that sa Camarines Sur, in Naga City, and in Muntinlupa. If it will become successful and there is no law yet, by 2025 we will proceed with early voting hours for senior citizen PW. But with a guarantee that we will give additional honoraria to our electoral board members. Hindi naman pwedeng maaga silang magsisilbi, pagkatapos yung pa rin ang honoraria na matatanggap nila. So, yan po yung mga ilang development. Sana po magkaroon din ng discussion mamayang hapon. Kasi po related yan sa automation of our election. Muli po, maraming salamat.
Bago ang lahat, nabanggit po ni Doc July about the 60-30-10. Nandito po yung kasamahan natin sa SENPEG, Automated Election System, si Doc Lex Muga. Siya po ang gumawa ng research about the 60-30-10.
Na sinagot namin.
And then nabanggit po ni Doc July about the risk assessments. In fact, yung Commission on Elections ITD was certified ISO 27001 last year. So dumaan po ito sa risk assessments. And we would like to replicate this not only in the Information Technology Department but in the whole Commission, and not only internally but the external processes of the Commission on Elections. At ito pong grupo ng Information Technology is under the steering committee po ni Attorney Amy Ferolino. So ito pong mga risk assessments or risk and assessments, one of the recommendations po to sa focus group discussions po namin. In fact, yung pinag-uusapan po namin transmission na kung meron pang server doon sa gitna before the transmitting ito the majority, minority parties, itong KBP and the Citizens Arm, malaki po yung risk. Kasi yung accountability po yun nandun sa gitna. Sino ho ba yung nagpapatakbo nung nasa gitna? Hindi naman po Commission on Elections yun eh. So, nakikita po ng na dapat gobyerno din ang magpatakbo para yung risk papababa po natin. So, yun po, isang example lang po yun, yung mga risk assessment. Gusto ko rin na tukuyin doon sa DepEd. Doon po sa focus group discussions namin, noong March 9, bisita po namin si BP Sara Duterte, siyempre DepEd, At sinasabi niya na sinusuportahan niyo po ang Commission on Elections sa voter education. Kasi meron na ho kaming case study dyan sa Region 5 na very successful po yung voter education for the elementary and high school. So, ibig po sabihin nito, tuturuan niyo na po yung mga kindergarten, grade 1, hanggang po sa senior high school. Paano ba itong voter? Paano bumoto? Paano yung, katulad na sa kindergarten, paano may tuturo yung election doon sa mga batang 6 years old? Parang, ano ba yung salita na nag-uumpisa sa letter E? Election. Habang nagpo-progress po yun, ano yung tamang laruan para sa kanya habang siya ay tumatanda? So, ganun din po ang pagpili ng kandidato. Paano po ang pagboto ng tamang kandidato? Yun po yung pinag-uusapan namin with DepEd BP Sara Duterte. So, sinusuportahan niya po yun. So, i-implement po natin yun sa ating education system. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Commissioner Celis. A quick reaction from Attorney Ferolino before we open the floor for questions from our participants on site.
Salamat po, ma'am. Segundahan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Commissioner Celis. Doc July, here sa 2025 NLE Steering Committee po, we have a subcommittee for risk management. It's very well timely po na mention nyo because we are also polishing out the structure of our committee and including the risk management. So maybe you could also help us in that part of our preparations po. As well po si Sir Vlad. Thank you po.
Thank you. We'd like to take advantage of the presence of COMELEC Chairman Garcia and Commissioner Celis. We know their schedules are jam-packed, but since they're already here, captive na sila. For those who want to have questions, I'm sure most of you are raring to go. Can you just, Paulo, head to where the mics are? When you ask your question, please identify yourself. And please keep it short. We're actually running late. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Ellen Sana, taga Center for Migrant Advocacy. Ang una ko pong mensahe ay maraming salamat sa ating COMELEC, sa pamumuno ni Chair Garcia. Kasi yung inyong pong announcement na mag-internet voting ang ating mga overseas Filipino voters, we welcome that very much at sana matuloy. Meron akong ine-expect na legal question kasi yung ating Section 28, and I was there when it was being deliberated. Meron po tayong mga senador, o isang senador at least, na nagsasabing hindi matutuloy itong amended law if we will insist to give the power to COMELEC para dito sa pagdedesisyon kung mag-online or internet voting ng overseas Filipinos. So in-emphasize nila that you can only submit recommendations, you can explore, but you have to report to the JOCC. So gusto ko po yan at pakinggan, we will watch and hopefully sana ay mag-prevail yung inyong pong plano. Pangalawa po ay yun pong concerns ng ating mga guro, ay yun po ay concern din, hindi ng mga guro natin sa overseas, pero yun, na-overwork din sila, delayed po yung kanilang mga pagbabayad, nauutangan pa sila, so sana ay ayusin nga natin yung administrative concerns dito sa management ng ating halalan. Pangatlo po, Chair, yung isang issue ng mga overseas voters, they look forward to receiving their voters' ID. So mukhang pag nasa abroad, lalo na kung they experience confiscation of their passports, gusto nila may government-issued ID. Eh hindi ko alam kung pasing na ba yun sa practice ng COMELEC to be issuing voters' ID. But I think this is important to overseas Filipinos. So hindi ko po alam kung anong magiging action ninyo dito. But I'm taking this forward again for your consideration. And the last part po, ay sana ay bakit mababa pa rin yung turnout, although it was the highest turnout, yung ating 2022. Yung interesting po, internet, social media, ang mundo, ang mundo ng karamihan natin sa overseas Filipinos and OFWs. Pero yung parang either kulang ba sila ng impormasyon or baka komplikado masyado, meron ka yung modes of voting, so many, baka they get confused. So I think we have to take the cue from COMELEC dito sa ating information dissemination. Looking forward to 2025. Maraming pong salamat.
Thank you, Ms. Ellen.
With your kind permission, ma'am. Yung po sa ID muna. Actually, the plano po, may kinreate po tayong isang komite na the revival of COMELEC intention to provide ID to all our voters. Kasi po tinigil yan 2005. Natatandaan nyo parang kartulina na binigay sa iba. Yung iba po nakatanggap. Ako mismo hindi ako nakatanggap noon. The COMELEC spent almost 1.3 billion para lang doon sa parang kartulina na yun na papel na ganyan. Pwede naman siguro ngayon yung magandang klase ng ID. Para pang sa LTO kahit na pwede namang magbabayad ka kahit 200 pesos, papayag ka na siguro. So yung po nire-revive natin yan kasi talagang kahit po sa DFA ngayon, and yung po yung pinaglalaban namin sa DFA, sabi namin, bakit ba naman pag mag-a-apply ng passport o magre-renew ng passport, ang nire-require nyo either certification mula sa COMELEC or COMELEC ID. Wala nga po kaming COMELEC ID. So number 1 nyo. Number 2, dapat tanggapin nyo po yung certification mula sa local COMELEC. Ang tinatanggap lang po kasi national. Napilitan kami magtayo ng 2 malaking opisina para lang mag-provide ng certification. Ang sabi namin, pwede naman tayo mag-data sharing eh. Tanungin nyo na lang kami kung yung mga yan ay botante at share namin sa inyo na botante yung mga yan. May mga pamamaraan naman po. And kasi po, pinapahirapan natin galing sa Sulu, pupunta sa Maynila para lang kumuha ng voter certification na gagamitin sa DFA. So may mga ganun po kasi mga bagay-bagay na talagang, and therefore, kailangan din talaga yung COMELEC ID na iyan. Ngayon po, sa interpretation naman namin patungkol sa overseas voting through the internet, that should be the right interpretation. Because the COMELEC is empowered by the Constitution. And therefore, kung lagi na lang po kaming ang conservative yung interpretation, we will not go outside of the box. Kawawa naman po yung mga overseas Filipinos natin na hindi talaga nakakaboto pero gustong bumoto. Anong malay po natin? 39%. Hindi rin naman po natin tatanggalin pa yung in-person voting eh. At saka mail-in na andyan pa rin. Paano po kung masyadong tumaas ang nag-avail ng internet voting? Dito, i-abolish na po natin yung in-person at saka mail-in voting. Napakamahal po ng mail. Alam niyo po bang binabayaran din ng COMELEC yung Correo? Libre po yun eh. Kasama po sa 417 million yung Correo at yung reverse logistics. Dinadala mo yung machine doon. Binabalik mo ulit dito sa Maynila yung machine. Dinadala yung mga results. So, yung manually. So, yun po yung problema natin sa overseas voting. Kaya kinakailangan may other modes na o other mode of voting para sa mga overseas Filipinos.
In addition to what Chairman Garcia mentioned, technically, magmula noong 2010, 13, 16, 19, and 22, we have been using internet technology. If there are 100,000 vote counting machines, there are 100,000 internet protocol addresses. We discussed this lengthily in our focus group discussions. So on the technical standpoint, there is no debate whether we should or we should not use internet voting because we have been using internet technology since 2010. Thank you very much.
Ms. Malutikia.
Thank you, Salma. Good morning. I have questions and suggestions. First, I do agree with the chairman that regulating pre-campaign is necessary. As someone who has been running campaigns, I've seen candidates spend 500 million pre-campaign and wilts during the campaign period because there's nothing much that you can communicate because pre-campaign is essentially increasing awareness. So that Peñera ruling has to be restudied or else we will never see the day where moneyed politics rule. Second, on the statement on social media, it needs to be regulated. In the 2022 elections, we've seen scammers scam candidates by saying we can increase your followers to 1 million. In one case, and this is an actual case, we were asked to check whether they are voters. Lo and behold, 1 million followers cost him 12 million. How many voters? 10,000. So there's got to be a way where you can educate candidates. Election management involves both the candidate and the voters. So we should put, I don't know how you can do that, but certainly followers do not make an election because they are not voters. Third is a suggestion. I'm happy that you are the chair, but please consider revenue streams for COMELEC. You are an independent agency. And the reason why I'm suggesting for COMELEC to operate as a business unit is because there are so many potential revenue streams, one of which is data. Second is analytics. How do you introduce science in campaign if COMELEC does not guide candidates? You have data, 68 million voters, but essentially after an election, you have to probably do a road show. I'm not asking, I understand the privacy rules. That has been from the time of then Sixto Brillantes, I have been egging, please teach the political parties and the candidates on how to use data and how to present data into understandable form so that you make campaigns scientific. 20 years na ho ako dito sa kampanya. At ako'y parating balik ng balik sa data. Wala nakakaintindi ng data. Aggregate nga, hindi ko sabihin nyo kung paano bumoto si Malutikia. Ang sinasabi ko lang, itong probinsyang ito, paano bumoboto? Traditionally ba dito? Traditionally ba sa administrasyon? O opposition yan? Because those are information that you have. You can even do time series. But nobody's doing that, and that is revenue for you. So you can be more independent. Imagine if a political party gets a briefing from you. I'm not saying you side with them. It's a briefing on data. The nuances, because we have a very young voter population, and you very well know that. The general elections pump up the number because there are new voters coming in. So how do we, yung psychographics ng botante, that's a job of an election management body. And then third is, since you are thinking outside the box, is there a possibility that one day volunteers can man elections? Because it's really going to be exponentially prohibitive to manage elections. So how do we now introduce and teach the young Filipinos of their responsibility in voting? Can we, mahilig naman ho ang COMELEC na mag-prototype, what do you call that? You test. Pilot, yeah. Can we pilot in certain areas na volunteers ang nandoon? So that it doesn't become, a peso debate in terms of benefits to the teachers, and it becomes a community thing. Marami hong bansa ganon, volunteer, nagmaman sa garahe, nandoon yung I mean, thinking outside the box means making real democracy in this country. Thank you.
Yes. With your kind, Tita Mulu, with your kind permission, 4 na issues yun. Una, isa-isahin ko lang, mabilis lahat. Yung unang issue patungkol dyan sa Peñera versus Comelec, Rosalinda Peñera versus Comelec, it was penned by Mr. Justice Antonio Carpio. Ang problem natin doon is, ang ininterpret doon, yung Section 15 ng 8436 in relation to the same Section 15 of 9369. And so, we need an amendment to the law. Yun ang problem. There should be an amendment and therefore, it's outside of the jurisdiction of the Commission on Election. Ngayon po, for the barangay and SK elections, we declared we will not apply the Peñera Doctrine. Lakas loob dineklara namin, inilagay namin sa guidelines. Why? Because it is our belief that the Peñera versus Comelec is applicable only some automated election. It is not applicable sa manual election because ang ininterpret nga po yun, 8436 at 9369, yung automation law. Therefore, for purposes of the barangay and SK election, once they file their candidacy by August 28 up to September 2, they are all considered candidates. And therefore, yung premature campaigning under Section 80 of the Omnibus Election Code will stand, and we will charge them and they can be disqualified for premature campaigning. Let them go to the courts. So in the final analysis, yun naman po talaga kung ang proseso, they can question whether the action of Comelec is really inconsistent and a violation of Peñera versus Comelec, or whether or not Peñera versus Comelec is applicable even on a manual election. So number 1 po yun. Doon sa number 2 nyo po, yung patungkol sa data. Hindi yun ang pangatlo yun, Tita Malu. Yung number 2 mo is
Volunteer.
social media. Yung social media, tama po kayo. Again, legislation na naman. Hindi pa pwedeng regulate ang something dito. That is in the exercise of the police power of the state without any enabling law. So we need law. We need to regulate social media, and there should be a law to be passed. Former Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez attempted to pass a social media regulation in the Philippines. But kahit siya speaker, hindi po naipasa rin yun because of certain constitutional issue. Again, bordering on the issue of the freedom of expression. So medyo mabigat po yun. Ang sa akin lang, dapat walang masyadong ganung freedom of expression pagka-candidate ka kasi you're regulated ka. By filing your candidacy, then you committed yourself to follow what is provided for in the guidelines. So dapat, sana baka pwede na ma-regulate ang social media during the campaign period lang, during the campaign period by the Commission. Ang pangatlo yung data. Nako, Tita Malu, gustong-gusto namin yan. Eh, nung certification nga lang ini-issue namin, kumikita kami ng 300 million eh. Meron nga kaming kinikita in other, pati yung filing fee na 600 million. Problem po, and this is true to all government agencies, hindi po namin pwedeng gamitin yung income. Kasi any attempt, it's being vetoed by the President. So yung pong kita ng COMELEC, not unlike sa Supreme Court, yung kanilang JDF, yung Judiciary Development Fund, para po sa kanila yon. Yung pong COMELEC and such other government agencies, hindi po pwede. Binabalik po lahat ng kita binibigay sa National Treasury. So kung sakasakali pong yung mga data, gusto namin man lang ibenta, o para magkaroon ng greater analysis and research, o kaya yung gusto namin mag-lecture man lang or what, lahat po ng kikitain doon will have to be turned over to the National Treasury. Siyempre po hindi bibigay yon dahil siyempre doon kumikita yung pamahalaan natin. At yung pang-apat naman po, again, unfortunately, legislation pa rin. Legislation pa rin para to allow, kasi po nakalagay sa Omnibus Election Code, teachers eh. So, kinakailangan po na magkaroon ng revision. In fact po, Tita Malu, the COMELEC already prepared a 964-page revised Omnibus Election Code. We are submitting that to Congress. Nilagay na po namin yung lahat ng mga gusto nating ilagay doon. Kaya lang po, ang tanong, maipapasa ba nila yung revision? Kasi po, ang problem doon, yung Omnibus Election Code, it practically covers everything. Pre-election registration up to after the election. Hindi po natin sigurado kung maipapasa ng asahul o baka po patse-patse. Pinaka-best example, Tita Malu, Party List Law, Republic Act 7941. Ilang taon na yan, 30 years nang naandyan yung Republic Act 7941. Hanggang ngayon, namumblema tayo sa definition ng marginalized and underrepresented sector. Nakakapasok kuno yung mga ganito, yung mga ganyan. Wala naman po magawa ang COMELEC kasi may decision ng Supreme Court na hindi naman daw kinakailangan gumagapang sa kahirapan ang nominee basta meron siyang advocacy. So kakailanganin legislation. That's why I told you earlier po, there was not a single election law passed most recently except the postponement of the barangay and SK election. And of course, ang pinaka-recent sa Bangsamoro, the Bangsamoro election code, of which I am inviting everyone din po, pakidiscuss nyo po mamaya. Crucial po yon. Because kung hindi po mapapatupad yung nakalagay doon, baka mag-resort tayo sa manual election sa Bangsamoro, most specifically on the issue of redistricting. Kasi pag nagbago sila ng redistricting, contrary to the legislative redistricting, we will change all our data and baka mag-resort po tayo sa manual election. And therefore, in relation sa EAS, meron kang isang area sa bansa na walang automation. Katulad ng 63 barangays. Hanggang ngayon po yung 63 barangays, hindi malaman kung saan kabilang. Pero ito ay Bangsamoro. Ni hindi siya bayan, ni hindi siya probinsya, pero hanggang ngayon 63 barangays pa rin po yung naandyan sa may North Cotabato.
May good news po ako, Madam Malu. Last quarter of 2022, we already started rolling out data analytics within the Commission on Elections. So yung sinasabi niyo po, yung mga statistics, nagkaroon ho kami ng mock presentation through the support of the UNDP regarding the use of data analytics. Sila pa yung sumusuporta sa amin. So, segregate po natin sino yung bumotong male, female, vulnerability sector, even yung gender equality, makikita rin po natin sino yung LGBTQ+. Lahat po to, pati indigenous people. Ito po yung data analytics na matagal na po natin pinapangarap sa Commission on Elections. Nagiging namamaterialize na po ito, and we started this last quarter of 2022. So ongoing po ang rolling out ng data analytics.
This is a question from our virtual participants for the COMELEC. Does COMELEC have a plan for making the public, academia, and industry more involved in crafting the requirements ng TOR of the AES by issuing open requests for comments, RFCs?
Yes po. Welcome na welcome po yun. That's the reason why until today we have not finalized the TOR. Sabi ko nga po sa inyo, isa sa mga hindi man nila sinulat sa amin, isa sa mga pinalagay natin sa TOR na that hopefully will be approved later, yung gusto po ng NAMFREL, yung pong binabarel, yung pong merong QR code at tapos may scanner. Sinama na po natin yon. Kasi sa ating palagay, pwede rin na i-pilot test yun o pwedeng pag-aralan na magamit. Total naman po, pwedeng isama sa feature po yon. So yung may mga iba pong suggestion pa, you can always send your suggestion to the commission. Kaya nga po namin nilabas, nakapost po yon sa website ng COMELEC at pinapress con pa nga po namin for everybody to comment, for everybody to suggest. Kaya lang po, siyempre may timetable naman because we cannot wait forever. We have to pass because we need to have procurement short of award by July. We need to award by January. Kasakali po gagawin pa yung makina. End testing pa po yun. Magkakaroon po tayo ng massive input drive. Magpapaprint po yung mismong provider ng 72 million test ballots. Kasama po yun sa kanyang sa bid dapat. Kasi po itetest natin massively yung machine in the entire country.
Meron din po nakasaad sa ating batas sa RA 9369 na yung COMELEC Advisory Council will also evaluate past technologies that were used, and they have already submitted to the Commission on Elections their recommendations. And COMELEC Advisory Council is composed of representatives from the public sector, from the private sector, and of course, Philippine Computer Society is a member of that advisory council. DICT is heading that. And later on, we will convene the Technical Evaluation Committee for the 2025 elections.
We're really running late. My apologies for the 3 chapter chairmans ng NAMFREL. If you could hold on to your questions, there's another open forum after the 2 presentations. So,
I have only one question anyway, not 4 or 5.
Okay.
Important lang.
Okay.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. This is your humble representation, Virgilio Hernandez from the Las Piñas chapter. Sorry, I really want to have this address already. Having been in the served the telecom company for 23 years, I don't understand why. I do not know how have we as COMELEC addressed the transmission problem of the telcos. Because I have not heard, or maybe I was absent, na-identify man lang where are these areas na may transmission problems pa. And could you imagine in the past elections, even NCR, Metro Manila, had problems of transmission. Now, ano po bang ginagawa o nagawa na ng COMELEC tungkol sa problema na to? Because kanina pa naririnig ko that transmission is one of the more important aspect of this of the coming elections. Maraming salamat po.
Nung nakaraan po kasi na eleksyon, yung transmission nakabundle sa machine, meaning sa provider ng machine. So meaning ang kausap po ng mga telcos, hindi po ang commission ng election. Kaya nga noon, pag naghanap ka ng data, especially concerning transmission, hindi makapagbigay ang COMELEC. Kasi po nakabundle sa yung telcos, yung transmission nakabundle sa supplier ng makina. Ngayon po hindi tayo papayag ng ganon. Kaya nga po in-unbundle natin. Ngayon po, yung AES software and hardware and other collaterals, ballot box, balota, etc., yung pagpapaprint sa NPO, dapat siya nakabundle sa iisa para mas makamura tayo. Dapat manufacturer. Pero yung pong transmission, separate po yan at dapat COMELEC ang kausap. Hindi kung sino-sino ang kausap, tayo lang po ang kausap ng telcos. And so, hopefully po, sa darating na eleksyon, yung sinasabi niyong kulang sa ganito, sana po masagot na namin lahat na yun. But just the same po, yun naman po mga data na hinihingi, available naman po talaga lahat yan. Yung iba lang po kasi ayaw magbayad. Doon sa kailangan po kasing, lalo po yung sa SD card, kinakailangan po kasing i-decrypt yun eh. Pag dinicrypt, may bayad po kasi ang decryption. So if you're going to decrypt the entire 108,000 SD cards in the entire country, babayaran po yung cost of decryption. So yun lang po naman. But just the same, again, hopefully magbago yung lahat because we are going to unbundle the transmission with the software and hardware.
And then additionally, ang gagawin po namin sa transmission, it should be 100% for all areas magmula sa Batanes hanggang sa Tawi-Tawi. We've talked with the associations like the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, and they said that they will support ang COMELEC when it comes to transmission, making it sure that 100% will be attained by 2025. Hindi lang dalawang telcos magiging kausap natin dito, pati yung mga satellites, no? And even yung mga local service providers dun sa mga areas na medyo may problema. So kasama rin din po dito ang Department of Information and Communications Technology at saka yung bureau niya, National Telecommunications Commission, to help us out to make sure that 100% transmission is attained by 2025.
Thank you. For the next two speakers, maybe the panel of reactors, Commissioner Celis, Chairman Garcia, and Mr. Abere would like to take your seats at the table so you can better view their presentations because they have PowerPoints. So, yung mga hindi ko natawag, there's also another chance for the Q&A. Paulo has noted those who stood, you'll be the first ones to be called. Our next speaker is NAMFREL's legal and outreach consultant. He conducts election-related legal research for position papers addressed to decision makers, as well as information materials for the general public and written modules. He's a young lawyer, but he is a senior legal associate of the Workers and Employees Program, or WEP, of the University of the Philippines College of Law. Hooray for UP. Law Center, and in this capacity conducts labor law-related legal research for proposed legislation. He also conducts research to support the proposed bills in line with the Trust on Evidence-Based Policymaking. He is also the content creator on YouTube, creating videos on Philippine pop culture, art, Philippine law, and other matters. May I call on Attorney Emir Jojin Mendoza.
Good morning po to everyone. Natalakay po kanina kung ano po yung balak po ng COMELEC para sa 2025 Automated Election System. Ngayon naman po, ang pag-uusapan ko ay yung panukala or pending bills in Congress for the hybrid election system. Hybrid kasi po may component na electronic or automated, and then may component po na manual or mano-mano. Nag-iiba po dun sa mga bills kung ano po yung automated, ano po yung manual. So nakasummarize po sa presentation ko yung features po ng mga bill. Nandun po sa digital kit, pag scanan niyo po yung QR code, nandun po yung may mas detalyado po na presentation on these bills. Tapos po meron yung actual text po, comparative matrix na kino-compare po kung ano yung wording ng bawat isa. So ito po yung mga panukala ngayon sa Kongreso, nasa committee level po ng Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. So ito po yung comparative tables. So automated and manual yung pong first set of bills. Pero po yung mga nasa kanan, puro manual counting lang po. Manual counting by taras. Ang ibig sabihin po ng taras, yung pong mga sticks na nandito po sa upper right corner. Yan po yung nakasanayan natin before 2010. At pag may mga plebiscito po, plebiscites or referendums, yan po ang ginagamit na style of counting. Tapos po yung bilangan po sa lahat po ng bills, almost lahat po ng bills sa level ng presinto. Precinct level yung pong classrooms natin. Naiba lang po yung House Bill 210 kasi po yung House Bill 210 may counting sa classroom mano-mano. Tapos po, instead na aakyat sa canvassing yung results, iaakyat muna siya sa level ng voting center. Yung voting center, yun po yung paaralan, yung school, for example. So, i-consolidate muna po sa school. Pagka-consolidate po sa school, saka siya iaakyat sa canvassing center. Ito po yung mga documents na naglalaman po ng results. Yung pong first set of bills, yung automated ER na gawa ng makina, and then yung manual ER na mano-manong finifill up po ng electoral board using yung sticks or taras. Tapos po, yung bills doon po sa kanan, ang proposal po niya, manual ER, yung ina-accomplish ng teacher, yung pong picture or image, bali pipicturean po yung manual ER na yon. Tapos meron din pong digital ER. Yung digital ER, ipapakita ko po kung ano yung system po nun mamaya. Tapos yung last, meron po siyang ER, yung sa House Bill 210, meron po election returns sa presinto, meron pong statement of votes, yung statement of votes or SOV, sa level po iyon ng school or voting center. Recount, kung may hindi pagkakaiba doon sa automated or doon sa automated ER at saka doon sa manual ER, yung nasa bills po sa pinakakaliwa, at least 2% na discrepancy for any position, magkakaroon po ng recount, yun ang panukala, yun ang proposal for that position only. Para lang po doon sa position na may discrepancy. Yung pong ibang mga bills, yung dalawa sa gitna, no, kasi wala namang automated count. Manual purely lang yon. Manual ER prevails. And then, yung pong dun sa huli, yung pinakakanan, if there is a discrepancy pa rin, pero note, wala pong automated count dito. So, ang nangyari po dito sa last set of bills, mali yung hindi nagtugma yung pagmarka dun sa manual ER, dun sa sinusulat ng teacher, at doon sa nasa digital ER or yung ipapakita ko na sa susunod. Ang digital ER po ay, let me skip directly to this slide. Ganyan po yung magiging itsura, spreadsheet. So example, Excel. Imbis na nakatali board, nakatulad nung nandun sa previous slide, ito yung nangyayari pag plebiscites. Ang gagawin po ay i-enter po siya sa isang computer. Then naka-project po yung computer doon sa classroom. So pwedeng sa canvassing po ito, no? Pero ang proposal ay yung screen po na ganyan, ilalagay po per classroom. Well, at least one of the bills, yun po yung proposal. Ang ipo-project po ito. So imbis na board, yung spreadsheet na po. Yun yung tinatawag na digital ER dun sa isang set of bills. Yung pong, ayan po yung nasa pinakakanan, last two columns on the right. Tapos po itong sa House Bill 210, may spreadsheet, pero yung spreadsheet hindi po yun yung ER per classroom, kundi yung statement of votes per school or per voting center. And then lahat po kailangan i-post yung manual ER, yung sinulat, accomplished ng teacher manually. And then, dito po, kaya po siya hybrid kasi electronic ang transmission. Pinapadala through katulad nung nakasanayan natin. So, ang naiba lang po, manual count or yung isang set of bills may manual, may automated count. And then, nabanggit po ito kanina yung single largest completed contract criteria kasi ito yung nagiging barrier. Kaya, imbis na marami yung nakakasali sa bidding, yung proseso po ng pag-acquire or pag-bid dun sa pag-provide na election system, hurdle po itong SLCC. Nababawasan na lang, nagiging 2, nagiging 3 na lang. And then yung mga bills po, may proposal na luwagan yung SLCC. Ito, I'll read from left to right po. Instead of SLCC, may alternative na or proven capacity to conduct such exercise, or credible, the winning bidder is credible and the technology is not overpriced, or pertinent to RA 9184, yung Government Procurement Reform Act, Procurement Law. Kasi yung pong SLCC, wala siya sa law, nasa IRR siya. So, and then yung must have successfully passed the applicable tests prior to deployment. So dumaan sa pagsusuri. And then yung last set of bills, wala pong panukala on the procurement system. So yun po yung pending bills ngayon sa Congress tungkol po sa hybrid election system. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Amir. Our next speaker is another IT expert. Another IT expert from NAMFREL. Next to our IT guru, Chairman Lito, he is also the person whom we run to when we have questions about technology. He's the head of NAMFREL Systems Committee and a member of the National Council of NAMFREL. He has been a volunteer for NAMFREL since 1992, advocating the efficient use of technology for clean, orderly, and honest elections. He's also the trustee for the Foundation for Media Alternatives, promoting internet rights, internet quality of usage, net neutrality, open source technology use, Creative Commons, and anti-software patents. He founded one of the first internet service providers in the country, the Philippine Communications, in 1995. And this was also the first company in the country to fully utilize open source technology as part of its core operation. Our speaker was a founding member and eventually became the president of the Philippine Internet Service Organization, or PISO, the local trade organization for internet providers. And our speaker is also a volunteer for the Limang Siglo, an initiative using technology for heritage conservation. And the last project was documenting the old cathedrals, right? That were unfortunately sustained damage during the last earthquake and typhoon. May I call on Mr. Fernando Contreras Jr., fondly called by us as JR.
Thank you, and I have a tough position of delaying the lunch and watching the presentation, but I'll try to be brief, and I'll try to be quick. So the presentation is about the proposed standards of NAMFREL. Well, let me start off by the guiding principles. At NAMFREL, we advocate this: private voting, but public counting. Okay. Right now, somehow we're getting that private voting, but the public counting is a bit opaque. Okay. Now, what we're proposing is to use automated election standards. We have been proposing standards since the start of the automated election system in 2010. The latest version was submitted before the last election. We submitted it to groups like the COMELEC, Congress, and it was one of the resolutions that was forwarded by the CAC to COMELEC, actually. So what are these standards? We only have 5 in terms of technical standards. The first one, licensing. The licensing of most automated elections software, especially in other countries, are based out of open source. We're proposing either they use GPL, General Public License, or the OSET license. There's a license called the Open Election Technology Public License, or OSET-PL. What is this for? So the chairman was saying earlier that they're willing to give the codes to everyone. One of our challenges in the systems group of NAMFREL is that we're having a hard time doing elections source code review. You're not allowed to bring your own computer. You're not allowed to bring even your own phone to do the election source code review. You're not allowed to bring your own software tool. So it's very tough. So if you do open source licensing, and there's no cost in doing this, it's just forcing the vendor to use that license, everyone can review the source code. The next part is transmission of data. While they're harping on the transmission of data going direct, one of the biggest problem right now is the conversion. Since 2010 up to date, the public who has direct access to the servers, to the transparency servers, are receiving processed data. So the end data that we're getting, the end data that the public is getting, the media is getting, is a comma-separated value, CSV siya. What we're requesting is get it directly from the source. The old PCOS and the old VCM uses certain format. It uses before EML, or the election markup language. They converted it to protobuf. Our question is, why convert it? The EML and those packet contains a lot of things that are very useful for analyzing potential fraud, trending, data science, and everything. It has metadata. Right now, the CSV packet that we're receiving has limited content. Again, no costs in allowing the people to use this and allowing to do this. One position also is the use of sequential numbering. We had the issue in 2010 and 2016 in which the number of votes on the vice presidential candidate is a big number. So around 1.6 million non-votes for the vice president position 2010, almost doubled in 2016. That trend changed actually in 2022. But if we have a serialized number for all candidates, this can be changed also. At the same time, if we put numbers for the candidates instead of their names, we wouldn't have the issue of having non-standard printing. So when we say non-standard printing, you have the major candidates in alphabetical order, but the party lists at a random order. What we're suggesting, maybe randomize everything. So the candidate cannot use their names just to pre-campaign. So only up to the time when their number is given to them that they can campaign for their number. So that's another standard that we're proposing. The last two is digital signature. Digital signature is a highly contested issue. But if you ask one question, who among you have seen a single digital signature of an election board? Okay? Most probably none, except for people maybe in the ICT, maybe in DepEd. But other than that, none. Because it's there as a palabok. It's not being used. So what we're proposing is use the digital signature throughout the process. Part of the ER should be a digital fingerprint. If you're using EML as a package, you will know who signed for that precinct. Right now, the digital signature, if you look at the whole process, would never be used unless there's an election protest. But even during an election protest, no one dared open the digital signature. We spend hundreds of millions on this digital signature. People are complaining so much that we're not using digital signatures, the I buttons and everything. But it's not part of the process. What we're saying is, use it. Gamitin lang, nandyan na. Okay? And the last is the printing standard. We hear some good comments from the chairman earlier. What we're saying is, nandyan na rin yan. Ano? When you print the VVPAT, you have your votes on top and you have the QR code on the bottom. When you print the ER, you have the same thing. The votes tallied and the QR code on the bottom. Well, the top part is what we call the human readable part. The bottom part is the machine readable part. They should tally. It's as simple as that. Why am I harping on this? Because on the next slide, I'll be talking about the benefits of this and what's the possible implication. If we have this printing standard, we can convert one of the valuable lessons in the past few elections of using, instead of the VVPAT, and converting it to a voter-verified ballot. Okay. What are the benefits of this proposals that we're doing? Well, it will improve transparency, obviously, of the AES. No issue on source code review, everyone can review it. The setup would be less technical. The reason for that, I don't need to review the voter verified ballot machine because the voter themselves will verify their ballot. The counting will happen on the ground, meaning on the present level. We can move to off-the-shelf technology. Okay, one of the challenges that we have for the automated election from 2010 to 2022, we're using specialized hardware. We're junking around 70,000 VCMs. Anong gamit nun? With what we're saying, if we're following standards, pwede pa rin magamit yan. Okay? But in a different way. Okay? The technology to be used should never be attached to anyone. It should be agnostic, regardless of hardware, software, or vendor. Then, better participation for the stakeholders. So, yan yung ano, no? Then, clear protection of the data from the source and the path, ano? Ito yung take-home ko. These are the lessons learned for the past few automated election system. People are ready for technology. Huwag na tayong bumalik sa mano-mano. Please lang, di ba? Lahat sa inyo siguro gumagamit ng GCash, Lazada, add to cart tayo ng add to cart, tas yung boto natin, hindi natin may tiwala sa teknolohiya. Technology is there. We just need to make sure it's transparent, protected for everyone. There's a value of the VVPAT. The voter verified, yung resibo, di ba binantayan natin? Ang problema doon sa VVPAT, there's no part in the law that uses it. Except that it says that you should provide the VVPAT that the voter can verify. There's no part in the law that says, paano kung may mali? Hindi yung binibilang. So, yan yung aming recommendation later, no? Tapos, we're always tied up with procurement of special hardware. Pati yung papel mismo nung balota natin, problema. Imagine, hindi nagamit yung digital signature dahil walang mabiling kable. Sa cable of the iButton. A lot of the features in the automated elections are unused technology. Siguro billion na nagastos natin sa digital signature tas hindi nagamit. So, now, I wanted to show this to the chairman. Kaya lang, malis na siya. They proposed, say, a terms of reference for the new technology. Medyo malapit na. Okay? What we're requesting is they move out of their standard security method. Ano? Kasi process nila ngayon, security by obscurity. Ay, hindi pwede. Ay, sign kayo ng NDA. What for? These are public data. In some cases, we attended a focus group discussion, public yun, when we were asking for the minutes, private daw. Public tas private. So, medyo magulo. No? So, alis na tayo dun sa security by obscurity. I-open natin, let more people use it. Ano? Dun sa nilabas nilang TOR, malapit na, konting kembot na lang nandiyan na. Konting kembot na lang. And some of the pronouncements are there, and hopefully, magawa, no? Let me show you the current process of how election is done. You put a ballot, you put it to the machine, the vote appreciation is done by the machine. We don't know how it happens. May VVPAT doon, yun na lang yung pinangahawakan natin. Then, ERs are generated. After the first 8, transmission happens, then they print the remaining 22 ERs. Yan in general. The problem is that ballot part, the VVPAT part, the appreciation part is very opaque. Paano mo nalaman na yung VCM binilang yung boto mo? That's still the question, di ba? We have a pending issue because of the findings, for example, of our chairman na hindi nagtugma yung hash code. Ano? Hindi masagot. So, mahirap eh. What we're proposing, ito yung konting kembot na lang, ano? Palitan natin yung first part. Palitan natin, instead of generating a VVPAT, we generated a voter-verified ballot. The ballot are secure paper, blank, piniprint mo lang. You can use, in fact, the old VCM to generate the ballot. Wala akong pakialam na ngayon kung re-review pa yung VCM. Kasi yung printout ng ballot naman makikita ng botante. At yun ang bibilangin. So with that simple change, there's a possibility that we can do this. So paano mangyayari, no? Voting process. Kahit anong makina, kahit anong solution. OCR, OMR, VCM, the old VCM, pwedeng gamitin. Because it's just a generation machine. Meron ka secure paper on the printer, it prints the ballot with two standards. Human readable on top, QR code on the bottom. Yung balotang yon, hindi bibilangin ng makina kagad. Ilalagay natin sa ballot box. Okay? So, in terms of timing, walang pinagkaiba. In terms of possibility, ito yung mga possibility. Yung printing machine na yan, I don't need to spend with a specialized machine. Okay? I can buy a laptop with a simple software that encodes the QR code correctly, tapos, bigay natin sa EB pagkatapos ng election yung laptop, pwede nilang gamitin yon. Okay? Murang laptop considerably than a vote counting machine, damihan natin. Mababawasan ngayon yung pwede sa cluster. Okay? Now, yung VCM may 70,000 pa. Pwede pa rin natin gamitin yun. In some province who wanted to do this, pwede nilang i-stamp pa rin yun. Pasok yung old ballot, but it's not anymore a ballot, it's just an input method, but it still prints the voter verified ballot. Lalagay mo pa rin sa balota. So ngayon may balota ka na may human readable sa taas, may QR code sa baba, nasa ballot box. At the end of the election, may counting process tayo. So ang counting process natin, kukunin ko ngayon yung balota. Ito na yung sinasabi ni Chairman, nalalagyan daw nila ng QR code reader. Ako nga, sabi ko nga, yung phone mo, QR code reader yan eh. Yung computer mo, QR code reader. But if you want a QR code reader, why not? Yung scanner mo is a QR code reader. Now, we did a test on this kasi we were proposing this for the RMA in the last 2022 election. We did a time motion study. On 1,000 ballot, it will only take an additional 30 minutes to add this process. Just 30 minutes. Pwede mo pang ipila ngayon. So, nagbibilang si election board, katabi niya, kasi babarilin na naman. Nakita niyo naman paano magbaril ng nasa checkout counter. Katabi ni election board ngayon, si dominant majority party, dominant minority party, si Citizens Arm, si media. They're all using the same. Kasi may standard tayo eh. Binabaril nila lahat ngayon, they will yield the same result. Okay? Then the official one transmits it and prints. Walang magic doon. Now, gusto nila, habang binabaril, nakakabit sa projector, pwede rin. Tapos yung projector, ibigay na rin natin doon sa eskwela. Kailangan nila yan. Okay? So, again, we're looking at something agnostic. By the way, even the current VCM can handle a projector right now. The current VCM can handle a QR code with just modification of the software. Now, hindi ko kailangan heavily checkin yung software. Kasi printing lang siya eh. Parang, kailangan mo bang i-audit ang Word or ang Excel? Hindi, di ba? So, pag nag-print siya, yung balota. As long as I have the standard how to generate the QR code, tapos na yon. And everyone's gonna do it. So, may para kang production line dyan, nagbibilang ka, binilang, bigay mo na ngayon sa dominant majority, minority, Citizens Arm, kanya-kanyang quick count. You add an additional 30 minutes, but you do the counting publicly. Kung gusto nyo pang i-project, sige, well and good, ano? Yung projector, iwan natin sa eskwela pagkatapos, kasi, di ba? Instead na nagtatapon tayo ng hardware, ano? So, my question is, anong gagawin mo dun sa 70,000 VCM? Tatapon mo ba? Pwede pa rin gamitin as the input device. Pasok mo yung dot mong ganon, but it prints a voter verified ballot. So, bali wala yung pinasok doon, ano? So, that's the purpose of the standard. That's the take-home value. Sabi ko nga, the TOR of COMELEC right now is very close, but except that they're still insisting that it's the machine, which is now called the ACM, to do the counting. Okay? Although, may konting bright spots, ano? Kasi after the counting, bibilangin daw nila after the transmission. Gusto nila, transmit na, tapos bibilangin with the QR code. Pwede na. Kaya lang, baliktarin na lang. Di ba? Yung sinasabi ko, konting kembot na lang, baliktarin na lang. Okay? We add 30 minutes for transparency. We add 30 minutes for credibility. But I'm still pushing for the standards because we want it agnostic. When we say it's agnostic, why do I need something complicated? I can have a laptop there. Okay? Siguro one VCM will be 3 laptops. Oh, na-decluster mo na yung precinct. Or pwedeng simple precinct, 3 laptops sila, 3 sabay-sabay bumoboto. Okay? Tapos kung problema ng COMELEC yung storage ng laptop, I'm sure the EBs would gladly store it for them, di ba? And use it for their own purpose, di ba? So yun lang. All of the standards, except maybe yung QR code scanner, magagamit lahat yan sa eskwela. The scanner can be used, the projector can be used, the phone can be used at school. So that's what we're proposing. This is just an idea, but if we use it, the TOR as the basis, konti na lang. It's just reversing some of the process. So, yun lang po ang aking presentation. Marami pong salamat.
May we call again on the panel of reactors to come on stage and the two speakers to take your seats.
Chairman.
So who would like to react first? The gentleman on the right, Attorney Ferolino.
Okay, good morning ulit. One of the things I would like to reiterate to people na itong 2025 steering committee, when you say something, we listen. Personally, I would like to be straightforward in saying na I have questions, especially on the recommendations that you sa mga changes na gusto nyong ipabago. So I would like to have our team in the steering committee study it. I will not make any comment for now. However, I would request that you send us parang a document as detailing your recommendations. So let's see kung pwede natin i-adapt.
We'll make ours short and sweet. No? So theoretically, it is plausible. Ang gusto lang namin makita dyan is basically, let's make it go through a risk assessment para makita natin yung bottom line niya. But then all of the issues that actually in question will become clearer. No? Yun lang po. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In part of teachers, siyempre, yung una, yung unang speaker, no, siyempre, alam naman natin, binanggit ko naman na ito kanina, yung sa pinampaggulong ng bill sa Senate and Congress. Unfortunately, parang sa Senate lang yata yung nagulong, no? Tama po ba, no? Anyway, yung second, sa ating kasama siguro sa nagtalakay regarding dun sa proseso, no? May tatlo lang naman kaming importanteng sa pahanan ng teacher. One is, of course, ma-ensure yung transparency and credibility. Yun naman din lagi yung focus ng ating election, ano? Lalo na sa hanay ng teacher, dyan nako-question eh. Akala nila may dayaan sa baba, no? Second, ito, batay din sa experience. Like for example, alam naman natin, yung binanggit kanina ay may internet, ano pa rin dyan, ano? Relations. Kailangan sa hanay ng teacher, dapat ay ma-ensure din at according to attorney ay ma-ensure naman yung internet allowance dyan, ano? Kasi yun yung problem, no? Kapag walang suporta mula sa itaas, no? Hindi rin matitiyak yun, no? Yung pangatlo, binanggit ko na rin ito kanina, paano kapag hindi pa rin nag-functions, mga bagay na ito, ay papasok pa rin dun sa isang malaking issue ng teachers, yung usapin ng, ng overtime. Like for example, katulad ng binanggit ko kanina, maraming mga present na hindi natuloy, no, sa actual na oras, naghintay ang mga teachers. So yun naman yung tatlong bagay na kailangan matiyak pa rin natin. Salamat.
Okay. So I'd like to reiterate then, I agree with JR's statement that, in this day and age, we have been using our ATMs and we're using GCash and Shopee and Lazada and all that. And yet we cannot even trust technology with our votes. No? So it's really part of that, I think it's psychological fear for some, no? Because of the nature of our electoral contest. No? And then second, based dun sa mga sinummarize ni Attorney Amir on the current proposed legislation on hybrid election. That's why I'm a bit allergic to the original conception of hybrid election, because it's really just saying, let's go back to Taras counting, no? Which is so primitive, no? So for me, no, it's Jurassic, no? So nandun na tayo eh, bakit pa tayo babalik sa pinagmulan natin, no? So I think the proposal of the standards by NAMFREL is really worth looking into. I agree that JR, it's konting kembot na lang, no? So talagang, but my concern is yung proposal nyo na unahin yung physical count. Kasi isa din yan sa mga problema natin sa mga liblib na lugar. Especially dun sa mga dominated na mga political clans and dynasties, no? So pag inuna mo yung physical, you again open up the possibility for manipulation by the dominant political families, no? Especially, the usual suspects, no? So I think there's also wisdom in doing the transmission first and then doing the physical count later. Yun lang ang take ko, no? So thank you.
Thank you. We now open Q&A portion. We can take questions from the floor. For the two who were not able to raise their questions earlier. Hindi na? Yes, Miss Ellen. Hindi na kilometric yung question mo, Isa lang.
Hindi na. Thank you. This is specific kay Sir Lito at kay Sir JR. So again, on overseas voting, as you know, ang binoboto lang national possessions. So with technology right in our midst, meron na bang possibility, kasi sabi ng COMELEC, we cannot allow them as yet magboto sa local. But we also know very well yung very strong attachments ng ating mga overseas Filipinos, especially to their hometowns. Pero hindi sila nakakaboto. Nakakapag-contribute na sa election, pero hindi sila makaboto. So with the technology right in our midst, pwede na kayang ma-explore yung possibility that they can also vote for the local positions. I don't know kung gradual na magsimula sa kongresista, down the line. So that's one. And then of course, yung isa pa, baka mas long term, can they run also for positions to be voted for eventually? Kasi yun yung right of suffrage na kompleto. Thank you.
Any response?
From the perspective of technology, lahat yun pwede. Yun lang, I'm not the position to answer on the legal side, but technology is there already. Konting pagbabago lang sa sistema, it can happen. There's also timing issues. So for example, the local candidates, they have an extended time to campaign. So yun lang naman yung kinatatakot eh. So yun lang naman yun. But in terms of technology, kung internet-based voting yan, dapat pwede na.
Pwede tayo mag-pilot run muna for a confined situation para matest natin yung viability niya. Theoretically, it will run. Kasi it's been done before, so walang issue yan. But again, the test of the pudding is in the eating. So kailangan i-test run natin siya and then we will see where but there are things need to be fixed. Siguro i-dry run na sa 2025 and actually becomes effective partially in 2028, please.
Dagdag ko lang, I think the key word here is interoperability. Yung sinasabi ni JR na agnostic dapat yung technology mo. Kasi nowadays, di ba, uso na sa mga application natin na pwede sa iOS, pwede sa Android. So dapat interoperable lahat yan. So I think, naniwala nga ako na it's possible, it's feasible.
Hindi. Tsaka, yun, nabanggit ni din July, tsaka ni JR na din. Yung paggamit natin ng GCash, Lazada, Shopee, mga ganyan. Alam niyo kung bakit? Nache-check natin kaagad yung transactions eh. Okay? So doon sa ating eleksyon, kaya nga sinasabi namin, we can rely on the VVPAT kasi mache-check ng botante. At kung ano yung na-check ng botante, yun ang gamitin mo sa pagbilang. Yun lang naman yung sinasabi namin sa proposed election standards.
Attorney Ferron.
Two-part kasi yung question ni ma'am. Number one, kung pwede bang magboto yung nasa overseas for local candidates. To tell you frankly, we are looking into that matter and the NBank had already had talks about it. Yung sa second part ng question mo, ma'am, kung pwede ba silang tumakbo, we have residency requirement kasi. So medyo mahihirapan tayo and there might be a need to amend our laws for that to happen.
So, we can take, okay. 2 more questions is the first one.
Good morning. I'm Romy Cambaliza. I am part of the Chief Technology Officers Group of the Philippines. We have 150 Chief Technology, Head of IT in the bigger companies in the Philippines. I have several comments and several questions, but I would like to tackle first yung pinaka-simple kanina. I heard it twice na kailangan ma-declare yung panalo as fast as we can. Kasi pag mabagal, baka iniisip ng publiko na merong niluluto in so many words. Gusto ko rin sabihin na kung masyado naman mabilis, pwede rin sabihin, and this is what actually what I'm thinking, pwede rin sabihin na hindi pa nga nagbobotohan, may panalo na eh. So I think, that said, I would like that it should be looked at not in terms of speed, okay, but rather what is credible, what is transparent, okay, para hindi na tanungin kung bakit. Bakit mabilis o bakit mabagal? Okay? So to me, that is the simplest way to solve the problem of credibility, even of the current system. No amount of technology, no amount of process, no amount of COMELEC commissioners, okay? No amount of discussions like this. Kung yung problema ng bilangan, tama o mali, hindi natin ma-address. Okay? I'm sure I was hoping that si Commissioner, Chair, and even Nelson, who is a good friend of mine, would look at that because they are the people who are tasked to manage a credible and fair election. Kung hindi natin ma-address yan, we are going down the drain and before we know it, kulelat na naman tayo sa Asia. Okay? So yun lang. Okay? So let's do a good one and I hear the proposals yung didiscuss ni JR. Okay? I think those are good improvements to address the matter of transparency and the matter of credibility of the election process. Okay? So to me, that is the most basic and the easiest one to solve. Okay? My other comment is on the matter of yung sinasabi ni Chair kanina na yung candidate, okay, is only, yung aspiring person will only be a candidate on the first day of the campaign. Kalokohan yun eh. Okay? As he said, yung may pera, sa dami ng pera niya, hindi pa nagkakampanya, nangangampanya na siya. So lamang na siya. Okay? So what do you expect who will win? Eh siyempre kung sino yun ang una, kung sino yung may pera, siya nanalo. Sa ngayon, sino may pera, kahit hindi sa kanila, pera ng iba, pera natin, eh nangangampanya sila eh. So what do you expect? Okay? So that said, my comment is, what will be the decision of COMELEC kung kailan palitan yung law, sigurado ba na papasa? Sino yung magpapasa? Sila-sila din yun eh. Di ba? So, I think it is a cycle that we need to address. At how do you address? You elect the right persons. How do you elect a right person? The right person, kung yung election process niya, questionable eh. Okay? So we are in a downward spiral that we don't know what to address or how to address. Okay? So, I don't know. I'm a 71-year-old citizen. I've always been going to elections. I'm involved on so many things. I understand technology very well, very much. 41 years in IT. Hindi pa ako sumusuko. Okay. Si Titus, kilala niya ako sa Philippine Computer Society. Of course, si Angel, si Lito, kilala din ako. Si Eric, kilala din ako. But I think that usage of technology, as simple as it is, as agnostic as it should be, that is really the way to do it. Forget a 70,000, 120,000 VCM machine that we're using now. Use laptops, ang dami dyan eh. And don't buy in volumes. Let the regional offices or provincial offices buy dun sa source nila. Para hindi lang dito, and you eliminate the issue of corruption. Okay? So ang dami natin pinapag-usapan and way to address it. We just don't want to address the problem. We are looking at other things than solving the problem. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. The lady over there. This will be the last question.
Comments na lang po yung binanggit kanina. Again, we're going back to that issue na yung speed is 2010 edition. Nung nag-manual tayo to automated, yun, pwede mong gamitin yung speed. But sa low-level appreciation. Kaya namin pinag-uusapan time-bound. From this time to this time, dapat ito ginawa. From this time to this time, we always go back to that issue. Election is not a foot race. Dapat yan, time-bound siya. So, ganun po kasimple yan. Pag napansin po namin nung nag-survey, anong alam ng tao? Speed. Kung yun ang basis niya, mataas talaga ang rating. Kasi speed lang ang kanyang alam eh. But if we teach people how to appreciate the automated election, things will change. Yung nagsa-survey, hindi niya alam kung ano itatanong niya. How do you ask people that do not know? Hirap sila eh. So there it is. Thank you.
Morning po. Address ko lang yung 3 points na ni-raise ni Sir. Number 1 po, yung speed ng proclamation. I just want to correct the perception na the 2025 Steering Committee is looking after the speed of the proclamation. No, sir. We were just explaining na there's a need to bind ourselves into the time kasi we also need to take care of the people working in the elections to prevent any untoward incident. With the question of transparency and credibility, if you compare po to the 2025 Steering Committee with the previous committees, we have been inviting people to meetings and we have been actively going out of our offices to listen to recommendations because we want to be transparent, we want to be credible, and we want to listen. Number 2 po, sa Peñera ruling po, yung yung sa pagiging candidate, premature campaigning, that's something that the COMELEC could not do anything about kasi nasa law po siya. So maybe our friends from the Congress would be able to better address that concern. Tapos sa sa concern about purchasing laptops and other equipments sa local level, medyo mahihirapan po tayo, sir, because we have to follow the procurement law. Yun lang, ma'am po.
Thank you.
Hello. Ang hali na pala. I'm Claire Berha from UP Manila. Kanina na-pick up ko yung idea that technology is limitless. No? Sky's the limit when it comes to technology. But can we come up with realistic targets, sir? Like, can we use data, no, to know what would be realistic targets? Kasi kanina yung impression ko, grabe, bilyon-bilyon yung ginagastos, di ba? So magkano yung gagastosin mo, tapos magkano yung ine-expect mo na, for example, for overseas Filipino workers, right now we have 39% voters turnout, di ba? So magdadagdag ka ng gastos para ma-improve mo, di ba? Yung technology, no? So, pag gumastos ka ng X amount, ilan yung ine-expect mo? Kasi sky's the limit yung technology, pero yung resources natin, hindi sky's the limit. Yan lang po.
Thank you. Any response?
In fact, the idea is to minimize cost by using readily available technology. Hindi yung, ang tawag namin bleeding edge eh. So, just to give you an idea, there's some people floating the use of blockchain for transmission daw. Sabi ko, okay yan, blockchain. Pero, sining kasama sa chain? Kung ang kasama mo sa chain is COMELEC lang, anong use ng blockchain? So, there are several things. Sabi nga, Mikey, sample na ito, totoo, nangyari. We spent siguro billions na in digital signature. Ginamit ba? Nasa proseso ba? Well, maybe it's part of the procedure, but if you check, for example, ako pobreng tiga NAMFREL, gusto ko malaman sa precinct 1, sino yung EB doon, there's no way for me to check. Okay? Maski yung signature man lang niya. Nung manual pa yan, at least when you get a copy of the ER, you see the one who signed. We should mimic that using technology. So it's not a matter of pushing bleeding edge or cutting edge technology just for the sake of the technology. Like for us, for example, there are some people floating blockchain. Teka, pag-isipan natin yan. Hindi naman blockchain tapos COMELEC tapos puro gobyerno nasa chain. Eh di walang audit, di useless, di ba? Digital signature, pinagdebatihan pa, umabot pa ng korte yan. Asan yung digital signature sa proseso? Nakita niyo ba yung digital signature sa ER? Wala, may system hash. Sino nakakaintindi nun? Wala, di ba? I mean, it's the proper use of technology. Now, yun lang naman yung tinutulak namin. That's why we're pushing for standards instead of solution. Yun yung standards.
Idagdag ko lang, dalawa pa ring hurdles, no, sa law and regulations. One is, nasa 9369, that the technology must have been used in prior elections. Eh kung local developer yan, walang experience doon sa previous elections. No? Pangalawa, yun nga, yung SLCC. Although nasa IRR lang siya, pwedeng kayang baguhin niya ng GPPB, pero medyo resistant sila. No? Yun na nga. Kung mapapayagan nga or matanggal yung barrier na yon dun sa must have been used, there are Filipino groups na nag-develop ng sarili nilang teknolohiya for elections. No? Ang alam ko dyan, yung matagal na nating kaibigan na nag-retire na. Alam ito ng mga taga-IT, si Rafi Garcia, yung Botong Pinoy, no? Na hindi nga na-recognize na appropriate technology. DRE style yung kanyang Botong Pinoy. Gamit ordinaryong PC, ni hindi na nga kailangan, ano yung ilang gigahertz yung kailangan nung ano sa under the TOR? No? 1.1 gig dun sa TOR. Hindi mo naman kailangan ng 1.1 gigahertz na CPU speed, no? To do all this. Simple lang kasi ang processing ng eleksyon. No? So, ang kailangan talaga mag-rally din tayo sa Congress, no? Mag-lobby tayo sa Congress na tanggalin yung balakid na yun, kailangan yung must have been used. Kailangan mag-lobby din tayo sa GPPB para tanggalin yung SLCC requirement.
With that, we'd like to thank our panel of speakers and reactors. We don't want to trample on your human rights and your access to food. I would like to call on the Secretary General of NAMFREL for the awarding of certificates to our panel of reactors. A round of applause for our speakers. Bigyan naman.
Okay, maraming salamat sa mga reactors at presenters natin. Let me just read through the certificate that we will give to our reactors and presenters. No? The National Citizens Movement for Free Elections presents this certificate of appreciation to, in deep appreciation and recognition of your invaluable contribution as a reactor or speaker at the NAMFREL Stakeholders Forum on an alternative automated election system. Your expertise, insights, and eloquence have greatly enriched the discourse and elevated the understanding of all participants. Given this 26th of May, 2023 at the Manila Hotel by the National Chairperson, Angel Avria. Okay. So let me call on Attorney Dan Carolino. Thank you very much, Attorney Dan.
Manuel. Hatid mo na doon. Mr. Carlos Manuel, tara doon ka na. Vladimir. Dr. Julio Tihanki. Tapos Vladimir Ketua. Mr. Vladimir Ketua. Again, a round of applause for our panel of reactors. And we shall be adjourning for our lunch.
Let me also call on Attorney Salma. Thank you very much for being our host.
For the interest of time and to promote your human rights, lunch is served. Our next speaker served as a NAMFREL volunteer years ago. And for every national election, he has been a volunteer since 1984. He was also a resource person with various technical working groups of Congress electoral reform committees. He was a member of the COMELEC Advisory Council and a private sector representative to the Integrity Management Committee of the Department of Health. He has also served as a polling station officer with the United Nations managed Cambodian elections in 1993, and as an election monitor in the 1999 Indonesia elections and the 2009 Afghanistan national elections. So to introduce to you and explain the parameters for this afternoon session and group activities, I would like to call on the NAMFREL Secretary General, Mr. Eric Jude Alvia. Eric?
Thank you, Salma. So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had their lunch ready. We will start a short activity wherein we would gather most of your inputs and recommendations. No, not necessarily questions, but this activity that we have today is an iteration of previous consultations and focus group discussions to improve the automated election system. As mentioned by our chairman, our chairperson, NAMFREL chairperson earlier, the output of all our discussions would be distilled and put into a position paper and recommendation to the COMELEC and to the Senate Electoral Reforms Committee and to the House Electoral Reforms Committee, and also to the COMELEC Advisory Council. So this time around, this is a bit different because in previous consultations and focus group discussions, we only considered the inputs coming from the IT and technical community. This time around, this will be different because the stakeholders have been invited, whether it be coming from the CSOs, from the vulnerable sectors, from the teachers, the operators of the machine, even some IT groups, or even the PWD or OFWs, are present in this activity. This would basically be a group work, based on your sector. Kung galing kayo sa political party, you need not, by the way, you are arranged, you've been arranged according to your sector. So you need not go out of your table anymore. Doon na lang kayo magdi-discuss. And for our discussion, we will adopt the Chatham House rules. So basically, can you... So, unlike previous other discussions where proprietary yung discussions, and it's not being shared, for us, we will adopt the Chatham House rules wherein anyone here, any group can use that information for his or their group's purposes. But if you may, do not attribute kung saan ang galing yun, because we will also have to seek permission from that person or group kung ano yung position niya. So this is just basically the rules right now. While you discuss in your respective tables the 5 questions that we would like you to answer. Because from these 5 questions, we will be able to at least sufficiently gather enough information for us to craft a position paper. The position paper, before being finalized, will be circulated to everyone or to the respective groups for concurrence and approval before you are requested to sign. The first question, medyo maliit, pero sige, let me read it na lang. So the first question is, what are the top 3 advantages of the current automated election system? Please rank them according to importance. This is precisely why earlier we were able to identify the 3 top reasons, but this is coming from the IT community. But we want to get your feedback. Ano yung 3 advantages ng current automated election system that we're using? Then please rank according to their importance. Kung ano yung top 1, top 2, top 3, 4, 5. If you can have 10, well and good. Number 2, question that we'd like you to answer is, what are your top 3 concerns regarding the current automated election system? Then rank them according to their importance. The third question is, what standards should be included in determining the new election system to be adopted? Number 4, what election system should be adopted for the 2025 elections, whether it requires a new law or not, and what should be the top 3 features of this system? The 5th question would be, what does a transparent count mean for you? And the last question would be,
assuming that the current law, 9369, is not changed, what type of technology should be used for the 2025 automated election system? So medyo ano pa rin, medyo siguro some of you may delve into some technical discussions, if you want to, but basically we would like to let you answer these questions in your own sectoral concern or perspective. Depende dun sa concern or interest nung sektor na pinapanggalingan ninyo. So we will flash these questions intermittently I think we have questions on the table also. There are facilitators for each table. We will supply you with copies of the questions. So you're given 1 hour. It's already almost 1:50. By 2:50, we'll cut short because originally in the schedule, it was allotted a 1 hour and 50-minute slot. But in the interest of time and also the weather, we're cutting short the discussions to 1 hour. So we'll give you from 1:50 and we'll end at 2:50. After that, each table will present their discussions to the group. We'll allow each table probably 2 to 3 minutes to discuss their output, their answers, and present it to the participants. So with that, we start in 3 minutes, in 2 minutes. We start at 1:50. So just stay at your respective tables, and these are your group mates already. So thank you very much. We'll end at 2:50. May sa bawat lamesa, meron mga assigned na documentors din, na tutulong sa inyo para likupin yung mga discussions at recommendations. Sa bawat lamesa, merong naka-assign na NAMFREL staff para sa inyo.
Are the groups ready? Oh, our group is ready already. I will give them 2 more minutes. Last 2 minutes. Pa-report na natin yung grupo na ano. So there are 5 groups, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 6 ba? Who wants to go first? Wow! Okay. Hooray!
Hello, good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. I am Rica Mar de los Reyes, NAMFREL volunteer representing Malabon City. And I'm from the group of CSO. Say hi! Yan. And since ngayon lang ako nandito sa stage, isang selfie muna. Yan. Okay, thank you. Hi. Inaantok na po ako dahil hindi pa po ako natutulog mula kahapon. So, just being honest. Anyways, what are the top 3 advantages of the current AES? Please rank them according to importance. So, what we have is speed, convenience, and auditability. Yan. So under speed, there's subgroups. So speed or faster method of voting and faster counting. Under convenience, convenience with EBs and better trading. And also minimal intervention and convenience with the voters. And lastly, under auditability, ano ba yan? Nabubulol ako. Auditable receipt in general. Yan. So, number 2, what are your top 3 concerns regarding the current AES? Please rank them according to importance. So, number 1, transparency. So, under this, source code review, counting, and transmission. Next is non-accurate. Under this is accounting and results. Next is non-reliability and non-credibility of the machine. Fourth is receipt not auditable in the present level. And lastly, legislation amendments. Example are the machine must have been used in the previous elections. Next, number 3. What standards should be included in determining the new election system to be adopted? Standards on speed of transmission, like transmission span, should be supported with actual data from time and motion study. Next is transparent and auditable. Next is standards on voter education and training, such as deputizing barangay council in voter education. And number 4, what election system should be adopted for 2025, whether it requires a new law or not? What should be the top 3 features of this system? So we should have an enhanced AES. So what do we mean by that? Transparent counting, auditable, paper-based ballot, and accessible to all voters, overseas, at mga seaman dyan, ayan, ayun, hi po, yun. Voters, mail voting, or mobile internet voting. And lastly, what does a transparent count mean for you? So can be watched and audited by the public, traceable results, watchable counting, auditable ballots, accessible results. And what's this? Number 6, assuming that the current law, where's the answer? Assuming that the current law, RA 8436, as amended by RA 9369, is not changed, what type of technology should be used for the 2025 AES? So our answer is, ano answer natin doon? Number 3. Shopee. Hindi ba? So number 3 po, tama ba? 3 and 4. Okay. 3 and 4. So, yun lang na. So, that's all for now. Thank you very much po sa pakikinig. Good afternoon po ulit.
Next group. Who wants to go next?
Good afternoon, sir, madams. Yung group po namin is from government agencies and political parties. So, na-discuss po namin yung top 3 advantages ng automated. So, number 1 is speed, ease of access. Unlike ng before na handwritten yung or manual yung election process natin, so mahirap. Actually, talagang sabi nga daw nila, Jurassic daw. Pero ngayon, automated, madali na sa mga tao na maka-adapt. Lahat naman tayo ngayon may cellphone, di ba? So, nakaka-relate yung mga tao ngayon sa voting process. Okay? And then, minimize human-induced error. So pag automated, mas wala na yung pagkakamali. Di ba? Less exposure to election violence, less protests, workload of teachers. Kasi nga po, sabi ko nga po doon sa grupo po namin, mother ko po is teacher. Naranasan ko po yung mother ko po, nung maliliit pa ho kami, halos 2-3 araw nawawala sa bahay during election. So, ang hirap po nun. And less external intervention, nawawala rin po yung dayaan. Nami-minimize po. Sorry, hindi po nawawala. Okay? So, another is yung top 3 concerns po, need of trainings and education po sa mga voters, sa mga BEIs po natin, kasi nararanasan rin po, especially on the grounds, na minsan yung nasa seminar ng COMELEC, iba po yung pagkakaintindi ng mga nasa presinto. Di ba po? So, dapat po talaga maintindihan po ng bawat isa kung paano po yung proseso. So, kung yung mga mismong namamahala sa proseso ng eleksyon, hindi po nagkakaintindihan, what more doon po sa mga botante po natin. Okay? And trust. Number 2, trust, concern. Kailangan po maipakita po natin yung tiwala sa proseso ng halalan. Kasi pag wala pong tiwala, nadyan na po yung yung pagkakahati-hati ng mga tao, ng mga botante. At minsan naka-question pa ho yung mga natin, especially yung mga teachers po natin, kawawa naman po. Sila po yung nakapronte. Sila po yung nako-question. Sila po yung napapagalitan. Yeah. So, dapat maano po natin, ma-instill po natin yung trust sa bawat botante sa proseso po ng halalan. And then, issue po ng quality budget and challenge doon sa procurement law. Okay, so dahil nga po medyo strict po yung batas po natin, nalilimit rin po yung COMELEC o yung ibang agencies involved doon sa pagbili po ng mga gamit. At alam po natin, sabi nga ganon, mas mababang presyo, mas mababa ang quality. Diba? So, I think, kailangan maano na natin na hindi yung pinakamababa, yun yung pinakamaganda. Alam naman po natin yun eh. Simpleng cellphone na lang eh. Mag-e-expect ka ba ng 10,000, makakabili ka ng iPhone 14? Di ba po? Hindi. So, ganun rin po yun sa ano natin, sa proseso po ng halalan. Okay? And then, mga concerns, internet access. Yun nga po, dapat a year prior pa ng election, kailangan ma-identified na yung mga lugar na walang internet sites or yung mga cell sites para mabigyan na ng matutukan na para hindi pagdating ng election magka-problema pa. And then, yun, siyempre pag walang internet, delayed po lahat yan, domino effects. Di ba? Delayed po yung counting, delayed po yung proclamation. So, nagkakaroon po ulit ng duda sa proseso ng halalan. Okay? And then, election system. Siyempre, automated po. Yung group po namin is, both po kami doon sa automated system. However, gusto po namin gusto po namin mangyari is kailangan ma-assure naman yung transparency, auditability, and yung security po ng bawat boto. Okay. And then, ayun, election system, ease of access, ayun. Internet voting, agree po kami doon dahil as doon po sa government agency po na inaanuhan po namin ay sa Senior Citizen Commission po, marami pong mga senior citizen na hindi nakakaboto. Bakit? Unang-una, maglakad pa lang papunta pa lang presinto, ang hirap na. Pagdating pa doon sa mismong presinto, hahanapin pa kung saan siya boboto, and then pagdating doon, nasa third floor pa pala. Sobrang hirap po noon para sa kinikater po namin mga population ng senior citizen. Yun po yung isa sa mga gusto naming sana sa COMELEC, na kung pwede magkaroon na lang kung sa mga seafarers saka sa mga OFW, magagawa ng paraan yung internet voting. Sana maisama na rin yung mga senior citizen, mga PWDs, kasi para at least malesen yung yung hardship. Alam naman natin tayo nga ay nahihirapan during election pagboboto. What more yung mga mas nakakatanda. Yun po. At yun po, maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Next group. Pwede na tayo? Di pa. Okay.
Magandang tanghali po sa lahat. Ako po si Zolob Custodio, volunteer from University of the Philippines, Manila. Pero yung magagaling pong sagot dito is galing from table number 7 from CSOs. Ako lang po yung nag-transcribe and mag-share. Pero lahat po ng sagot dito na i-share ko sa una is galing po sa kanila. And for question number 1, what are the top 3 advantages of the current AES? Please rank them according to importance. So yung tatlong sinabi po ng table 7 CSOs is convenience of the machine, convenience of use, ease of use, the speed of the results, and accuracy. But they note that accuracy is a different matter. And hindi po natin alam kung what they mean by kung accurate nga ba o hindi. And for question number 2, what are your top 3 concerns regarding the AES? Please rank them according to importance. Yung top 3 concerns is ganun din, transparency, especially yung pinoint out nila yung source coding. It should be open. And dapat makita, hindi daw yung Smartmatic proprietary software na sila lang daw yung nakakakita. And yung may concerns na dahil dito pwedeng ma-cleanse yung data. Second nilang concern is credibility and audibility. Ang concern nila is the RMA enough? Hindi nila sure kung enough ba yung RMA from yung sa auditing. And yung third nilang concern is tingin nila yung AES is expensive. And question number 3, what standards should be included in determining the new election system to be adopted? For them, accessible for everyone, open source, meaning easy to review, mabilis, fast, electronic protection in all aspect, agnostic platform, and locally developed. For question number 4, what election system should be adopted for 2025? What should be the top 3 features of this system? So, pare-pares naman yung sagot nila, and they all believe that hybrid system is the way. Para sa kanila, kailangan pa rin bilangin manually, and doon naman sa usapin ng internet voting, agree naman sila sa internet voting, especially sa OFWs and sa mga seniors nga. Pero may concern sila na if tutuloy natin yung internet voting, kailangan mapakita ng COMELEC, mapakita ng government na kaya at protected itong way na to ng pagboto. Kasi they believe na internet isa sa pinakamadaling ma-breach na platform. Kaya kailangan mapakita muna ng COMELEC sa lahat na kaya nilang gawin to ng protected at all times. So, question number 5, what does a transparent count mean for you? Para sa kanila, transparent count is verifiable. Verifiable in a sense that voters know that their vote counts, that there is assurance na napunta sa tamang tao yung boto nila. And number 6, assuming that the current law is not changed, what type of technology should be used for the 2025 AES? So para sa kanila, manual count with QR codes and projector tulad nung kanina na makikita daw ng mga tao na pag binoto nila, makikita nila somewhere in a screen yung tama ba na na-count yung boto nila sa tamang tao. May nagsuggest din na to consider maybe a blockchain technology. And isa pa sa concern nila, they should eliminate the SLCC, the no single largest completed contract, alisin na daw, and no restrictions na kailangan muna na nagamit na yung technology before bago pa ulit gamitin sa susunod na election. They think na counterproductive ito and matanggal na for the 2025 AES. So yun lamang po. Maraming salamat.
Next group. Parang common yung mga issues, no?
Okay. Hi, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm DJ, so I facilitated for the group of NAMFREL and Sir Richard from Canada here. So we'll be discussing about, like, since we have a perspective from overseas or from Canada, it's a sort of a comparative case study, so that's what we found to be helpful in our experience. So the first would be the top 3 advantages of the current Philippine AES. So for the AES, similar to the other groups, we found that our advantage is first, we have the speed, but I'm not sure if it was in this discussion, but there was a concern that before we were concerned that the speed of our transmission was very slow, but right now in the 2022 elections, it was too fast that people got concerned that it might be because there might be some tampering or something, but that's one of the advantage because of the speed. The second one is about the acceptance and familiarity of the system to the voters, which also took time for us to become familiar or to accept it. So I think that's around 6 to 9 years for us Filipino voters. Then the third advantage would be is about its relative accuracy. But then also we have its concerns. So just as mentioned by the other groups, we have here the auditability and the transparency of the electoral process. So for example, we have here the source codes, how open the entire process is. Then we also have the machine proprietary or the machine provider issues, which is heavily dominated by one group or by Smartmatic. But we also have the result data, which is only available for a prescribed time or for maybe around 1 month after elections. Then the COMELEC might remove that from its servers, but we may still file for a freedom of information to get those data. So that's an issue about the transparency and acceptability of the current AES. Then there's also the gap of the local context. So in here, we see that there's a mismatch between the local context or its capabilities in the electoral system, and there's also vis-a-vis the national institutional context. So that's the system on how we conduct elections. So not every local context may be capable or may be knowledgeable enough about how the system works. So that's also one concern that we have. But if we would move on to the third question, which is what standards should be included in determining the new election system to be adopted, this is where the case of Canada would be very helpful. So for example, Sir Richard mentioned about in their experience, the election, they have sort of perspective is that when they vote, the COMELEC should have a background of thinking that when a voter votes, they should be able to defend them in court for their election results or for their data. But there's also the concern about the tallying, so which is about accuracy, the speed and transparency. So we must have accessible open source for its auditing and transparency of the data. And there's also have to be the accuracy of the voter list for the standards of the elections. But then we can also have like, in the Philippine case, what we've mentioned is that the visibility and transparent transmission process, then also similar to the Canadian case, which is the open source, but there's also the voter verification standard, or for example, we need to have stronger voter capabilities, like for example, biometric voter verification and biometric voter registration. So this is an issue of accessibility because, and also transparency for the AES. Because for example, if we have a multi-channel communication, for example, this is where people can vote through mobile, web, tablet, and also any form of connection, whether it be 2G, 3G, 4G, or 5G. This can help voters from far-flung areas and also from being more accessible to the precincts. So for example, for the PWDs, for those who can't go physically to voter precincts, this would be very helpful for them. But then also in Canada, they have standards. Like for example, it was mentioned earlier about the blockchain technology, but there's also the immutable logs, which basically is that there's a series of events or a chain of events that if it's broken, people can suspect that there might be election tampering because it shouldn't happen in that series of events. But there's also the open source, which was mentioned earlier, then the cybersecurity, and also the end-to-end encryption. So for the electoral system, for the fourth question, what election system should be adopted for the 2025? So that's similar, as mentioned earlier, on blockchain, there must be better auditing for the recount and for the terms of reference in this auditing part. But there must also be a more transparent tallying and ballot counting so that we can have better data analysis and better data tracking of the election data. All of this is while taking into account the speed, the transparency, the credibility, and acceptability of our electoral policy proposals versus its cost of such policy proposals. And then for the fifth questions, this where the open source would come in also for the transparency count. So one example that is different from the open source dialogue is that what Sir Richard mentioned is in Canada, they can vote at home, but what happens is that if they vote at home, their data would get transmitted to the voting booth or voting place, and then there would be a camera at the end of the voting where they would print the data of the electoral receipt, and the voter who's at home can monitor the printing of that process of their election data or who they voted. So that's how the transparency count would mean for our group. Then for the last one, assuming that the current law is not changed, the type of technology, and this also similar to what others have mentioned, it has to be a hybrid setup. So for the VCMs, it's for the printing and for the transmission, but we also have the manual aspect of it for the counting and voting. So this about printout shading, but it can also be about tablets. But this all while taking into account that there is voter verified audit trail for the counting, for the tabulation, and for the random manual audit. So all of these are just maybe a summary of what we've discussed, since we have more things that in our notes that we can't share here since it might take too much time, but yes, that's for our group.
There are 2 more groups. Yeah, 4. That's 6 groups. Yes, okay.
Magandang hapon po. Nagpaalam ako kanina kay Sir Eric kung pwedeng mauna na umuwi. Naunahan ako nung lahat. Ang natira sa group namin, Sir Chris, ng PUP. Kasama namin Sir Vlad, umuwi na rin. Si Sir Ador, umuwi na rin. Si Prof. Lex Muga, umuwi na rin. So, ang nauwi, yung mas bata daw ang mag-present, pumayag na ako. Magandang hapon. Kami po yung mga nasa academe. Ako po si Benjo Basas, chairperson ng Teachers Dignity Coalition, at I am directly involved dito po sa election. As volunteer, doon sa aming organization, meron kaming hotline every time na mayroong election, AES man or manual. And also as electoral board member, dati BEI. Yan, advantages, sa unang tanong, yung advantages po, yung top 3 namin, una, syempre, universal to, speed. Nagkakasundo tayong lahat na mas mabilis ito, yung transmission. Padalwa ay medyo magkokontra yung, pero inunahan ko na spoiler, parang less points of vulnerability. Dahil everything is automated. And then, pangatlo, ay na-lessen po yung physical tasks ng ating mga teachers. Kung dati mula sa pagboto, hanggang sa appreciation ng boto, pagbilang, pagtara, everything, lahat po yan ay manual. Padalawa, concerns. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, may vulnerability rin doon sa systematic na intervention if ever. Kung dati, pag merong dayaan, at least tingi-tingi. Pero ngayon, kung sakali at lalo't hindi natin alam, wholesale. Kung dati ay precinct level, pero sorry, wala pong dayaan sa precinct level sa aming mga teacher. Doon sa mga canvassing, baka meron. Ayan po, kasi hindi po ako nagiging defensive. Napakahirap po mandaya ang teacher sa isang manual election. Dahil nasa likod mo, napakaraming tao. Hindi ka talaga, pag nagkamali ka ng basa, dumukot ka lang ng candy, aawayin ka na. Nung watcher, nung kapitan, nung kagawad. Padalwa, yung opaque system. Of course, hindi natin alam walang transparency at all. Hindi natin alam kung ano ba nangyari. Basta bumoto tayo and then binigay natin dun sa EB yung balota and then uuwi na tayo. After that, hindi na natin alam. Kung yun bang lumalabas doon sa quick count ng NAMFREL at ng Rappler, magkatunog pala, ay yun talaga yung boto natin. And patatlo, meron ding vulnerability in terms of tasks din ng mga teachers. Kasi dati po, 200 lang per precinct, pero ngayon hindi. Yung clustered precinct ay cluster pa uli. So aabot ng 1,000 botante kada isang VCM. Ano yung tawag natin dati sa VCM? PICOS, no? Yung 2010, no? PICOS po yung tawag natin diyan, no? Ayan, no? Syempre yung physical burden, no? Pwedeng madagdagan at like what we witness po no in 2022 elections, nakita po natin umabot ng alas 7 ng gabi, no? Generally, no? Meron pang umabot ng kinabukasan, no? Dahil po doon sa failure ng mga makina po natin. Ayan, no? Doon po, kasi may kasama kaming PhD sa mathematics. PhD ba tawag doon? Ano? Si Dr. Muga. No, sabi niya, yung 1,000 errors no, multiplied by number of voters, no, that could actually, no, that is material no, for the result, especially doon sa party list count. No, medyo, kasi sa party list po, no, isang boto could affect no, yung configuration no, ng resulta o configuration ng boto and of course the result. Yan po yun. Kaya ang proposal din ng grupo namin dapat standard no, yung party list. No, kung paano natin matitiyak na yung lahat ng boto sa party list ay nabibilang. No. Ayan. Number 3, no, what standard should be included in determining the new election system to be adopted? So, dapat lesser margin of error, no? Dapat no. At least again, party list uli yung pino-propose po namin dito, no. Yung auditability kanina binanggit na rin sa isang grupo no, yung dapat verifiable. No, hindi natin alam, no, gaya ng sinabi po natin kanina, hindi natin alam no, at kung ano nangyari no, once na binigay na natin kay teacher yung by the way, hindi naman teacher lang lagi pong EB no, doon sa bagong batas no, Election Service Reform Act, hindi naman po automatic na teacher no. Unlike before no, sa Omnibus Election Code, teacher talaga. No? Pero ngayon, hindi na po. No? Pwede na yung iba. No? At hindi lamang teacher. No? Ayan. No? Yun, transparency. No? Yung sinasabi po namin dito, no? Transparency ng system no? In every step po. At information drive sana no? nung COMELEC. No? At dapat maging understandable. No? Mas madali siyang maunawaan ng mga taong bayan. No, at hindi tayo masyadong gagamit no, in terms of COMELEC, no. Hindi tayo gagamit ng masyadong mga technical no, na mga bagay no, kasi baka bumoboto lang yung mga tao tapos tinatanggap na nila yung result na ipapublish o yung sasabihin ng COMELEC. Ayan ano. And then number 4, what election system should be adopted for 2025? What should be the top 3 features of this system? Ito po, we refuse to answer. No? Ang sagot namin dito ay general. No? Kasi kailangan talaga natin ng batas no? Kung sakasakali. Kasi meron ditong naka-parenthesis, no? Whether it requires a new law or not. No? So mukhang doon tayo nagkakatalo. Kaya kaugnay din dito yung sa number 6, no? Yung sa tanong na number 6. Mukhang kailangan po natin talaga ng amendment. No? Dahil dito sasagarin ko na po, no? Limiting yung batas, no? At pati yung use of technology ay prescribed. No? So dapat ang aming recommendation dapat ay bigyan no, at least ng flexibility yung magpapatupad no, yung Commission on Elections. Kasi kanina inaangal na nga ni Chair no, yung 1985 na batas. Diba? Nagkaroon ng maraming amendments ang Omnibus Election Code, no? Tapos meron na tayong AES law na may amendment na rin, ano? Pero nakatali pa rin doon ano, yung kamay ng COMELEC no, doon sa batas na yon. And babalik lang po ako doon sa transparency sa question number 5. Ang tanong dito ay, what does a transparent count mean for you? Okay, ito, ang ibig sabihin lang naman namin dito, dapat ay kayang i-validate no, ng mga taong bayan yung boto. No? Ayan, at pag na-raise yung issue, dapat ma-verify kagad. No? At meron kaming isang, hindi ko alam kung kasama ito doon sa nangyari kaninang presentation, meron kaming isang pinag-iisipan no? Dapat yung real-time count no, ay nakikita natin, nakamonitor, kahit sa precinct level. Di ba? Pag bumoto ka, dapat habang binibilang, no, of course, no, syempre, kailangan natin gawan ng paraan yung confidentiality ng boto, no, yung secrecy ng balota, no? Pero ang punto lamang po dito, no, at least nakikita ng lahat ng mga tao na ito yung boto mo. ito yung bumoto ako tapos nakita na nabilang. Hindi naman kailangan ilabas yung pangalan mo doon. Ano po? Para yung open process na sinasabi po natin, para yung transparency ay nakapasok, at pangalawa yung tinatawag natin kanina, na pwede siyang maging verifiable, at auditable. So yun lamang po yung sa amin. Maraming salamat.
Palakpakan, last group na.
Hello, I'm Dueng Bulaklak from NAMFREL Piñas, and I'm representing Table 5, which comprises of members from CSO, civil society organizations, and the academe. So since I'm the last person to speak, I will just simplify stuff, okay? So for number 1, top 3 advantages of the current AES, we zone in on 3, which are fast results, limited human interventions, data visibility, and auditable system. So they're ranked accordingly. Fast results, why? Because instantly there will be a result, or not really instantly, but there will be a very small waiting period for the results. Limited human interventions, why? Because there will be less opportunity for human tampering. Data visibility and auditable system. The data is very much visible, and supposedly there is a system wherein we can audit the results. So how does that relate to the AES? It will be easier to vote, so you just have to shade. And then there is familiarity of people in the process since it has been used in the previous elections. And it will be more economical, meaning if it's paper-based, it will be more cost-efficient. Then number 2, top 3 concerns regarding the current AES. Again, they're ranked accordingly. Number 1, integrity can be source of doubt to common folks. You don't know what's happening inside once you feed the ballot to the VCM. And then there's number 2, accuracy. Are votes counted, transmitted accurately? And then 3, high cost versus limited resources. Technical systems may have limitations in terms of costs, maintenance of the machine, and warehousing. So other concerns, transparency. How are we able to make sure that they are not tampered? Verification of transmission of votes from ballot to official results. Security of the whole system from voter identification, ballot results. Then technology is not yet fully integrated on the system, such as for manual checking of voters list. And then it's also vendor reliant, relying on the VCM vendor, how strong the network provider is, and other service providers. Then procurement process can be a root cause of corruption. And then there's also the problem of access to the transparency server error, or getting the log from the transparency server. And then there's also this concern that there is a low appreciation of the AES by the general public. And then again, there's the concern regarding the use of thermal papers and the time sensitivity of the ERs, especially since May elections are during summer, so the thermal papers are very heat sensitive, so they can be easily erased. Standards should be included in determining the new election system. The entire system should be auditable. Open standards and protocols, but secured. Anyone can understand the data, accessible source code, and transparency server. Then the next one, new system should be voter-centric, meeting the needs of every voter, like PWDs and senior citizens. Comfort and convenience in terms of ways to vote, like early voting, and not just considering the struggles as process owners. And then in terms of software licensing, there should be no proprietary software. What election system should be adopted for 2025? Of course, it should be full automation. There should be data visibility, no black boxes, and the data should be transparent. VVPAT, not printed on thermal paper. Photo for VVPAT will be transmitted for checking. QR code on the VVPAT to check since the physical copies are disregarded. And then automated ballot instead of paper ballot. And then the chain of data transmission should be very, very secure. And then the second one, internet voting for OFW is also a concern. And for the third one, it's as with Sir JR's recommendation, we agree with that. Number 5, what does a transparent count mean to you? There should be visible chain of data transmission, and it should be verifiable and auditable. Number 6, assuming that the current law, as amended by RA 9369, is not changed, what type of technology should be used for the 2025 AES? There should be manual counting, but transmission is automated. So there will be more confidence with the result. A system that minimizes manual intervention, so there will be less violence. There's also a proposal for live streaming of counting from the local level to build trust in the system. That's it. Thank you very much.
There seems to be a consensus, right, in all 6 issues raised. Are there any questions? Kasi may question hour eh. If not, may I call on Mr. the chairperson of NAMFREL, Mr. Lito Averia, to give the synthesis.
Okay, magandang hapon po. Gising pa ba? Okay, medyo mahirap-hirap yung task in coming up with the synthesis. Actually, nalimutan ko, may trabaho pa pala ako para mag-synthesize. So habang nakikinig naman, I focus on keywords. No? Mukha na, yun nga, like Attorney Salma said, looks like there's a consensus. No? Kasi like say for example, for the question number 1, advantages ng AES, mukhang speed yung focus, right? Of course, the other keywords that we picked up were accuracy, efficiency, less human intervention, no? So yan, titignan natin lahat yan, isi-synthesize natin lahat. So yung rapporteurs, please submit your reports to our secretariat. Kasi kailangan natin yan so that NAMFREL can distill, no, yung discussions. Yun nga, no, accessibility, less burden on the electoral boards, yun yung mga advantages. No? Nabanggit naman natin din kanina yun, no, na it's easier from the point of view of the electoral boards, it's much easier for them. Actually, less nga yung exposure nila to intimidation and harassment. Kasi pwede nilang sabihin, makina eh. Wala na kami magagawa dyan. No? For the next question, again, keywords, no, yung concerns. Yung nangunguna yata is transparency. Right? Among the reports. No? Of course, security, cost of the machines, or again, no? Yun, dun nga sa proposals natin sa NAMFREL, no, that NAMFREL is pushing, gumamit na lang ng off-the-shelf or readily available technologies. Don't make, sabi nga nung ating Secretary General, si Eric, no, we should not make elections complicated. Diba? Actually, yung sa German Constitutional Court said na that the system should not require special skills to be understood by the voter. No? Yun nga, don't make the election system complicated. So nandito, yung, again, yung sa top 3 concerns nga, even public accountability, no? Transparency, auditability are issues, no, of concern in the automated election system. In terms of standards, again, well, one of the things that was mentioned is, again, yung security, no? And then of course, yung lagi nang iniiyak ng publiko, no, is the auditability of the system. Right? Now, which means yung understanding nga natin is that I can check my vote, whether it was counted, no? And then all the way up the chain. Yung RMA kasi natin, no, is limited to actually manually reading the ballots, no? And then comparing the results of the manual count with the electronic count. Hanggang dun lang yung audit. Wala siyang upward auditability. So hindi natin na-audit. We're not able to audit the election results as it goes up the hierarchy, up to the national level. Okay. So yun nga, yung sinasabi, traceability or open, no? Pati yung open source nga nabanggit, no? Yung ano, doon sa standards na itinutulak. Then, of course, the election system that should be adopted by 2025, parang maugong yung hybrid, no, among the 6 groups. Okay? But like we said, yung hybrid proposals have evolved in the last 15 years. So, kailangan mapag-usapan pa rin yan para maintindihan ng mabuti. Ano bang klaseng hybrid yung gusto natin? What does it mean to, what does transparency mean? Again, it's the point of being able to trace the vote to the final result. No, yung transparency nga noon. No? That seems to be the consensus. Okay? Of course, itong mga pinagsasabi ko, we need to validate it doon sa, ano, yung mga written reports ng ating rapporteurs. No? And assuming that the law is not changed, ano ba yung, ano, still, again, hybrid, no, yung technology, parang yun yung preferred. Okay? So, this information that we've been able to gather from the Q&A this morning and then the outputs of the work groups, we will distill this into a position paper. No? Medyo, we'll have to put it together. And then we'll communicate back to all the participants here present at yung mga nakaalis na so that we get support. Again, one of the things that we need to lobby for is removing the barriers to entry. Meaning that under the law kasi, under 9369, sabi ng batas, must have been used in prior elections. No? Tapos dun sa Procurement Act, actually nasa IRR lang siya, yung LSCC. No? Yung largest single, 50%, no? Largest single completed contract. Eh, malaki talaga ang budget. Sino makaka-meet noong, kung 30 billion halimbawa, yung budget ng COMELEC, sino yung local company na makaka-meet nung 50% nun or 15 billion? Right? Our challenge to the COMELEC is you go off the shelf, use ordinary laptops, other technologies, baka yung 30 billion nga na hinihingi nila is ma-meet ng 15 billion. Diba? So again, we'll put this together and we will get back to you. No? So maraming salamat po.
It's been a long day, and the typhoon awaits. To formally close this forum, I would like to call the Secretary General of NAMFREL, Mr. Eric Albia.
Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. So, most of the discussions are very practical but very incisive also, because these are real problems that have been besetting us and facing us for the past automated elections since 2010. But we tend to gloss over it. There are already solutions, no, that are available. But what is required right now is to really have a holistic view of the election's integrity. But the heart of addressing this is really reforming or improving the automated election system. No? Kasi dito sumasanga yung mga problema. And at the same time also, dito rin nanggagaling din yung solusyon ng mga iba-ibang pwedeng gawin related to certain problems like vote buying or harassment, no, or vote or violence in elections, no. So if we probably focus, no, on certain critical aspects of the automated elections that could be improved, then hopefully it has a spillover effect on the other related reasons, no, for undermining the elections. I hope, no, this is again a series of discussions and consultations that we have, but we will also discuss further certain concerns, no, related to the elections in the future. Maraming salamat din sa inputs, no, and at least this is a cross-group discussion coming from the various stakeholders, and hopefully this would enrich the inputs and recommendations that we would provide to our legislators and to COMELEC. We still have a lot, no, of things to be done, but I think the work has been cut out for us because we ourselves are the ones that are going to not only use the system but implement the system. No? Maraming yan, teachers, no, yung mga in charge dito, even for carrying out the rights, no, of certain vulnerable sectors, no, to exercise their rights, no, further. I think the work is there, and hopefully we start with improving the system, and there's a spillover effect of improving the voters' experience, no, in casting their vote. No. With that, no, dito nagtatapos po yung ating maliit na discussion, at maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Sa uulitin po, no, so we will consult you also on the contents of the position paper before we submit it to the corresponding bodies. Maraming salamat po.
Can we call everybody in front for picture taking? Ang huli ko pong check, wala nang ulan at mainit na, so...
Sige. Kunin ko muna yung mga names.
Para makita. Okay. Yun.
Secretariat and headquarters volunteers, HQ volunteers and secretariat.
Ay, 5 siglo.
So, sabi niyo yung mga volunteers.
Kasama si Chair. Kasama ka dapat.
JR. Sayang, no? Kung na-map